Hey guys. Hey Jeannie, you were first. You like that thumbnail, Malin? I've been having fun with my Canva and Chat GPT, I'll tell you. I just so I'm warning everybody, I woke up to my power out this morning. It then was fixed and then went back out for another 5 minutes. So now it's been out twice, one for a couple hours, one for a few minutes. So we are going to be live streaming for as long as I have power today. Hopefully it won't go out again, but we have some pretty severe winds here in Michigan. It's rainy and getting chilly, and the winds are insane, knocking power out everywhere. So yeah. Now I got a request to cover the Miles King hearing, I guess, from today. If anyone knows where I can find the hearing besides sniping it from someone else's stream where I don't have permission, I have no problem playing it. I really don't know much about that case, I'll be honest. But I know several of you are really interested in it. So if anyone knows where like it was played or is being played, see, I don't even know if it was live this morning or is live now or what's going on with it. So hey James, I just don't want to steal someone else's, especially if they're the only ones who have it. So if you want, I don't mind as long as I have permission, and I don't know them, so I don't feel comfortable like, asking them. But if you know them and they want it and they would, if they would do it, I have no problem doing it. So yeah, it's, if you guys know them and you're comfortable asking them, yeah, no problem. And if they get permission, again, I have no problem doing it. So yeah. But I just wanted to let you guys know today too, is that as far as the Karen Reed trial goes, we are getting to Bukake today. Hence me having fun with the thumbnail today. We actually have testimony. I did want to watch the cross-examination of this guy from the CERT team. The next couple testimonies are forensic scientists and that, which I have not watched. However, some of these get extremely boring. I lose some of you, especially you guys have seen it before. I figured let's skip to Bukake. We can, if you guys want to watch the forensic scientist and the three that I'm skipping, we can do that tomorrow, kind of backtrack a little. Otherwise, I'm just going to watch those on my own. Because I'm pretty sure most of you have seen it. I think only one or two of you haven't seen this trial like me. So, and I don't think a lot of this testimony has been, pointless. But I definitely still want to watch everybody's testimony. I just don't feel like streaming it with you guys is really like, really worth the time. Some of these testimonies, I'll be honest. And some of them, two of them are like 20 minutes. I don't think we're going to learn a whole lot. It's probably useless information, just like Lally tries to get all this crappy information from people that, is totally irrelevant to the case. Hey, Angie, thanks for coming. You guys. Okay, so, the trial starts at 2. I just missed that. James is here. Thank you guys. Your power just went out. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I woke up. When I went to sleep, I probably fell asleep about 5:30 this morning. I woke up at like 9:15, and I'm like, what? I look at my clock. I went to look at my clock, and it's, there's like, I can't see my clock, and I'm like, what do I do? Fall on the ground? And of course, I get up, try to turn on my light. I have no light. Hey, virtual juror, thanks for coming. And I realized I have no power, and which means I didn't have Wi-Fi. So that's why my webpage, my stream wasn't even set up until my power came back on. So I had my Wi-Fi. I actually canceled my hotspot last month because it was money I wasn't using. I mean, it was money I was spending for nothing. I was never using my hotspot anymore since I work from home mostly. So I didn't even have that. So here we are. But I finally got my power back on. I was finishing up my thumbnail. I was about to post it, and my power went out again. Luckily, the second time, it only lasted a few minutes. DTE has been out in my apartment parking lot all morning. So I am hoping that this is it, that we're going to have no more power outage today, but I can't guarantee that. So if my stream abruptly ends, it's because my power went out, just so you know. All right, thanks, Maitland. I mean, if they have no problem with it, I have no problem with it, especially if you guys are interested in watching it. I actually need to kind of learn about the case. I know a little bit. Just not very much. I know that I remember reading something about it way back when, the issue with Proctor's phone, and he's one of the cases I think that involved Proctor and all the issues that are going on there. So, what is the hearing about specifically to today? Is the hearing about Proctor's phone? Virtual juror, we're going to be watching Bukake's testimony after this guy's cross. This is the CERT team member. What's his name? Hold on. Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara from the MSP CERT team. This is his cross by Unetti. We're watching that, and then we might stop and watch the Miles King hearing because a couple people are interested in that. Just waiting for permission to stream from Law Girl's webpage because I don't know where else to find it. So, okay, thanks, Malin. Sweetie. Hey, Spire, thanks for stopping by. I know it's always late for you when I go live. However, this Sunday is my second psych lesson for everyone. We talked about it yesterday. Everyone who was here yesterday, Mary B and I are going to be when we were watching the fucktards yesterday and JFK doing his projection streaming, I thought it would be a perfect time to make a hey Barbara, I would make a our second psych lesson this Sunday is going to be all about the psychological phenomenon of projection. When you see in others what you really see in yourself. And I think everybody can understand when I say we have a prime example in JFK. You'd like to see? Okay, good. Yeah, if I get permission, I have no problem showing it. You guys, if you guys wanted to see it, awesome. I'm so glad you guys came. Thank you so much. And then, like I said, we're gonna finish watching the CERT team dude, his cross by Unetti, and then we watched his direct yesterday, and then we're gonna skip a couple of like forensic scientists and other CERT team member that their testimonies are short, probably irrelevant. And if you guys end up wanting to watch them, I surely will play them, but I figured it'd be more fun to just get into Bukake's testimony and have a nice fun Friday today. Hey, Shelly. That one's fun. Yeah, I haven't seen it. So this is going to be all new to me. I've seen like a couple minutes of his testimony. That is it. So everyone has told me, besides Higgins and Jen McCabe, that this is the testimony to really, pay attention to. So that's what we're going to do today. Making a bagel. Yummy. You'll stay on as long as I can, only on battery. Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully, Maylin, you won't be stuck without power for hours and hours like I was. Yeah, it was rough. My apartment got down to 59 degrees. I was huddled in my bed with my down comforter, my hoodie, my sweatpants, my like 2 blankets, and I was still freezing. And normally I like it cool in my apartment, like, but it got really chilly in here. Making a bagel. I'm going to snug in bed with you all today. Today isn't going to be a productive one. That's okay, Barbara. You can just hang out with us today. That's the perfect thing to do on a day like this. It is shitty out here. It is rainy, gloomy, cold, and windy. Very, very windy. Hence our power going out. And Maylin is like the bomb, I swear. If you want to join my Discord, she's got my email in the chat. If you would like to send any donations to support my channel right now, I am using any donations will be going to my StreamYard. I do have to upgrade probably within the next 7 to 8 days, which would cost me another $44. And then my Canva is going to be due. That's another freaking $50. I mean, it is expensive. My premium, my YouTube premium, of course, is $20 a month. So when I tell you just streaming, even though it's not like just making some thumbnails and using StreamYard, it's expensive. It costs over $200 just to stream live. Like, it's not cheap. And when I never truly understood what streamers put out of pocket until I started doing it myself. So, but I just want you to know that that's what it's going for right now. I truly appreciate you. If you can like, share, and subscribe, that's the most important right now because I'm trying to get monetized. I want to get up to 500 subscribers. I think I'm at 152 right now. So that's where we're at. And then, of course, for donations, I have PayPal, which is I have a QR code in the right top corner. And then my links are in the chat, chat, thanks to Maylin. They're in the ticker and in my bio. I do have PayPal, and I also have Buy Me a Coffee finally now, which is sweet. Like, I finally got something to work for once. It took 4 days to get that damn thing to work, but it works. Ironic that Bukake was this week for me too, or maybe just perfect. Oh, it worked out perfect, right? That's awesome. Oh my God. Yeah, I have not watched his testimony. I've seen the bits and pieces that, people use in like the funny memes and this and that, but his is one I probably seen out of the big witnesses, out of like the Alberts and the kids and Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and all them. And of course, Proctor and Bukake are probably the two I have seen the least testimony from. So this is definitely going to be interesting for me. Yeah, we're going to pray your power comes back on real soon, Maylin. Yeah, Barbara, I love all your guys' rat suits are so beautiful. Toy does such an amazing job. And it's funny because when I asked for my rat suit, I said, make sure she has purple hair, and you have purple hair on yours. And she's so beautiful. I love it. Oh, you're sick in bed watching, Shelly? Aw. Well, I hope you feel better real soon, okay? Get some hot tea or hot coffee, or make yourself a hot toddy for that matter. Whatever will make you feel better, and just get some good rest, and hopefully we can get you some fun, some laughs in today. Because that's what it's all about. We all need to laugh and smile. Even when we cover, I say this every day, but I've told myself I'm going to say it every day because it's important. And no matter what, you have to have levity, even during serious matters, okay? You have to find a way to laugh and smile, even when you're dealing with something as serious as things like this. which is why we make pictures of the day, which reminds me, I haven't seen Dodo here last couple days. We haven't made any new pictures, so we'll have to make one of Bukake today for her. Amanda is still waiting for permission from the judge to stream it. Okay, you got it. Thank you. Let me know what you hear, okay? 59, that sounds wonderful for sleeping. I want it as cold as possible, so I need all the blankets and don't have night sweats. Getting older sucks. I'm with you there, Barbara. Like I said, I love it too, like for sleeping, but when I woke up, that's why, like, I probably slept as long as I did, because normally I don't get more than like 2 hours of sleep in a row. Like 2 hours is pretty lucky for me, just because of my pain issues and medical issues. I constantly have to like readjust my position. I can't lay in the same position for very long. And I also get night sweats really bad. I'm postmenopausal now. So I've been through all that. Oh, yay, power is back on. Woohoo, Maylin. See? Yeah, we're going to cross our fingers that none of our power goes back out, right, Maylin? See, we sent good vibes and Maylin got our power back. But anyway, like I said, Barbara, I also like it chilly, like I said, but it was starting to get really chilly because I had my window cracked, which is another reason why my apartment got so cold so fast, because I like it cold. I had my window cracked last night so I could sleep in the nice chilly weather. But having it cracked and no heat coming on, even when it gets too cold, it got really cold in here. Yeah, your rat suit's gorgeous. I love it. I love it. I love it. I want one so bad. I know Toy's been so busy. She has so many requests. So I seen that she did quite a few. So hopefully mine will be coming soon. He's so arrogant. I think we could do a stream on the psychology behind him as one stream. Oh yeah, I could do. I've been watching several of these, especially like Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and I mean all of them. Brian Alberts. I could probably do a stream on all of them. I could, and Jen McCabe specifically. I could probably do like 4. Like it's. Ooh. I could go on and on. Oh, Cheryl has arrived. Welcome, Cheryl. You're at the gym? See, the rest of us are just chilling at home, relaxing. I don't have the energy to go to the gym. Sorry. All right. Well, hopefully after you're done working out, you can go home and relax and have some fun with us. Yeah. Hey, that would be great. Virtual juror, if you and I, if you want to like collab on a live stream about it, I would love it. That would be super fun. After I watch his full testimony today, I'll have a bit of a bit more to say and how I think that would go. Yes, we're sending you all good vibes, Shelly. We hope you feel better real soon. Virtual juror says, sorry, I'm here, but not because the day job. You got it, sweetie. Thank you for here listening, but definitely like send me an email if you want to hop on a live with me and we could go over Bukake. Like this will be super fun. SunMed CBD is life-changing, just expensive. Oh, really? I'll have to check it out. I've tried CBD, doesn't really do much. I've tried the real thing, THC for my migraines, and it just made me sick. It made me feel drunk, and I don't like that feeling. So yeah, I've tried everything. I also asked Law Girls in the chat on their stream for you in case they don't check their email. I will let you know when they respond. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Barbara. I hope that they're not like mad that you're asking either, because I know like Baker gets upset when people go in his stream and it's like, can you share the link with so and so, and or do you mind if they, and I see, I don't like, I feel bad doing that, but if they say yes, I'll be glad to show it. All right, virtual juror, you're on. Me and you, we're gonna do a live stream, so watch out. We're gonna get a day where Virtual Juror and I are gonna go over Bukake. I'm looking forward to it. That'll be fun. Your daughter has an eye appointment, unfortunately. Aw. Well, hopefully her eyes are okay. And when you guys get back, if you can join us when you get back. You know, Amanda, if you want me to ask, like I said, I mean, I don't mind streaming it for you guys if you want. I don't want to snipe it from anyone I don't know. If you know them and you feel comfortable asking them, just let them know that I'm not trying to like steal their shit, you know? Any CBD less than $60 is not good. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't afford $60 right now, unfortunately. I mean, unless someone wants to send me $60 to my buy me a coffee or PayPal, I'll surely try it. Amanda is also finding out if she can allow others to stream hers if she gets permission. Okay, she doesn't want to get in trouble. Yeah, see, I wouldn't want to get her in trouble either. Yeah, definitely. Pick your poisons. I have thoughts on all of them. Well, why don't we start with Bukake just because Malin suggested it, and we can go from there. I mean, heck, we can do it all. We can do them all. We'll just start with one and then go down the line. Malin says, "Thank you, Cheryl. I am talking to her via email, and she has been great at responding. She usually is with me." Okay, cool. We read "I Am Turtle Boy" together. Oh, cool. Oh, if anyone like, isn't that his? That's a book. I'm assuming that's his book. If anyone like has an extra copy laying around and wants to send it to me, just send me an email. I mean, I'll gladly send it back after I read it. That works. Awesome. All right. I look forward to it. Virtual Juror. That'll be fun. Our daughter is a tree friendly. It's cute. Wait. I can normally figure out typos, but I don't got. It was nice for Elizabeth to have. Oh, our daughters. Okay, her daughter and your daughter. Gotcha, friendly. Okay. It was nice for Elizabeth to have a friend when she came to Dedham with me. Yeah, definitely. And after that shit I saw yesterday with you know, Jabril, that was awful what he did. I think even JFK knew that he went too far. He's like, dude, chill out. Just chill out. I did like how JFK's chat like turned on him yesterday. That was a bonus. Oh. While we're waiting to decide if we're going to be able to stream, I got some pictures for you guys that I had already made. I posted some in Discord, which I'm sure some of you have already seen, but they were funny and I thought I would share them on stream because I talked about it the other day and I forgot. So bear with me a moment. Oh, and if any donations are sent, I have it now where I make sure I get the like a notification from Buy Me a Coffee and PayPal right away. So if you leave any comment that you want read, I will definitely read them when I get them. All right. I sent it to myself an hour ago and it's not in my inbox. What the hell? Hold on. I literally sent it to myself a long time ago so it would be readily available, knowing that it was several pictures I was sending. And of course, now it's still not here. What the hell? Oh, okay. Hold on. Why is it in my outbox still? It's not being sent. I think I'm going to have to send them one by one. Bear with me, everyone. Damn it. I think I tried to send too many pictures in one email, so bear with me a moment. One moment, please. Okay, yeah, it's working this way. I got to send just a couple at a time. No, I got to find them. Damn it. One more. Okay. Oh, and after I waste the time to send 2 in each email, as soon as I get the third one of these, sending them, the one with all of them in it comes through. How stupid is that? Oh, but Maylin, let me check. Hold on. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat because I was sending myself emails. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Hold on one second. Let me sign into my other email. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, that's a really good idea, Maylin. I will do that today. That's a really good idea, Maylin. I love that idea. Either way, we'll make one of those, and then also if you want to send me it, we'll hook up later through email or Discord or whatever. But thank you. You're such a sweetie. Okay. Let me pull up my email real quick. So here are some funny pics. I saw this one. Somebody made this and posted it on YouTube. Says Jay Brilliant, a known criminal, made a young girl cry outside the courthouse today. Now, I'll be honest, I'm assuming this is not real, but if this is real somehow, let me know. I mean, I assumed it was like supposed to be funny. It says he used his foul language to something outside the this has got to be fake. It just obviously it says he's completely unhinged. I just thought it was funny. And then this, do you guys someone had thought that 5150 was arrested. Oh, it's real? That is real? Oh my God. So, because I just took a screenshot. I didn't know that was real. That's the front page of Haverhill Daily Times for real? Nuh-uh. They called him Jay Brilliant. Whatever. Oh, no, I did know that. I'm like, I was talking about the article. Yeah. No, I know what happened was real. We went over it yesterday. What he did to her was just unhinged, is exactly what it says. That's why I said even JFK, I think at that point thought he went too far. What he did, he was a complete asshole. Beyond disgusting behavior. we went over it a little bit yesterday, but I can only take so much. Yeah, that was disgusting yesterday with Jabril, 100%. I have, what else was, oh, that's what I was getting at. I saw somebody brought up, they thought 5150 got arrested because apparently TB made a comment in one of his streams, which I didn't hear the one comment. I did hear the second one that says she's going to be out of my hair for a few days, and no one seemed to know what that meant. So then people were like, did she get arrested? And I went and did some digging and found this. Does anyone know, before I post this, does anyone know how old 5150 is? Is she 32 right now? Because I thought she was younger than TB. And because I found, yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. But he didn't like, and I'm not giving him any credit because trust me, it was just funny to watch him go, okay, calm down, calm down. And then like 2 minutes later going, well, it is what it is. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just stupid. It would sound about the right age group. Okay, thank you, Barbara. So this is what I found. She apparently, if this hasn't been floated around before, I've never seen it, says a 17-year-old, this is from an article from 2011. So if she's 32, she would have been 17 in 2011, right? So it says a 17-year-old Arlington woman rang in the new year by drunkenly spitting on officers and yelling obscenities before 7 a.m. on January 1, police said. Meredith O'Neill was on Preston Road and charged with resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. Police said she appeared to be extremely intoxicated. She began spitting, and several of her frothy, what does that say? Lungers landed on my and Officer McGrath's uniform jackets. Officer Daniel Rigo wrote in his incident report. Police said O'Neill continued to spit and yell obscenities and racial slurs. Thank you, Angie. I'll check it right now. So I don't know. I'm going to preface that article. Like, I don't know if that's her, but it is in the Boston area. It is her name. It's about the right age. I just thought it was interesting. Whether that's her or not, whoever it was pretty out of control at 17 years old. Oh, of course, EMG. Of course, of course. Yep. I will do that. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Oh, loogies. It probably meant loogies. Is that what you were about? Lungies or loogies? I didn't even think of loogies. But has anyone seen that before? Seriously? Like, it's insane. Like, I've never, as much as that's put out there about her and as much as she puts out about everyone else, I'm just shocked if that is her, if it's not been put out before. Hey, Cassie. Thanks for stopping by, hon. Bear with me a second, guys. Oh, shit. Freaking had my Tums here yesterday because I freaking have heartburn. That's another thing about getting older. You get heartburn, you get night sweats, you get all kinds of shit. It sucks. I don't know where the hell they went. Oh well, I'll find them in a bit. Let's see. Hockaloogie. Lungy. Oh, Hockalungy. Same as Loogie. Gotcha. Hey, Prince Lover. Zach! What's up, Zach? Thanks for coming. Do you guys, does anyone, I don't see anyone answer me. Does anyone know if this is Meredith, if this is 5150? Like, I really would like to know. I mean, I don't know if anyone can find out for me. I just really like to know. I'm just interested. It's kind of like, it kind of goes into her psyche from 17 being that kind of person, that kind of drunk at 17. It's kind of funny. All right. So also what I wanted to show you guys today, hold on. I just lost my fucking mouse. Dude, I swear to God, I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached. Got it. Okay. So wrong last name spelling. Okay, thanks, Kazi. Well, how do you spell it? Oh, 1 L. Damn it. Thanks, Kazi. I just thought it was very, very intriguing if that was her or not. It's the only thing I could find, but I didn't really do a lot of digging, so let's put it that way. When's your show, Kazi? Oh, I thought it was E-I-L-L or E-I-L. Oh, well, she's really not worth the time at this point. I really don't care. I just thought it was funny. When I looked up her name, that's what I found. And considering when I looked up her name and that's the first thing that popped up and it was from the Boston area, I figured, what are the chances? But these are made a long time ago and they're still relevant because Cry Fart does the same shit over and over and over. Okay, Cassie's going on at 4:30. All right. I'll probably still be streaming the trial, but I will catch the replay, sweetie. You were cracking me up last night, by the way. I wouldn't be mad either. I thought it was freaking hilarious, Kazi. You were cracking me up. But so my Cry Fart, this is the first day I ever played around with ChatGPT, and Danny and Will the Glare were making fun of him, and I always made, and he was replaying the fart, which was freaking hilarious, and I made these. So I have this one with it. Just because he's a dog walker, I put a little dog on his desk for him. I hope my 32 viewers didn't hear that. See, Kazi, I need your voice. You can do the voice fakes like no one else. I can't. So can Will. I can't do it. Like, Cry Fart just sounds like a creeper. Brill mumble. Yeah, he does mumble. Like, yesterday I think I did pretty good trying to copy him yesterday, watching him. Yeah. And then I had this one. Yeah, he's crashing out for sure. The hearing was nothing interesting, Barbara? Okay. And then I turned his fart into a comic. I was having so much fun with ChatGPT that day. Oh my God. And then I got, what else did I make? Oh yeah, because he's always saying this. And then of course he's got his he sent himself a super chat that says, "You have 30 live viewers, Cry Fart. Yay." road, there's lots of Preston roads, and there's actually one. It's in Somerville, Massachusetts. That article was from Somerville, Massachusetts. I think those are repeats, but yeah. So this is one of them. This one is one of my favorites, and this one. Oops. It just cracks me up. Stupid April doesn't think you're funny, which only encourages me. Oh, come on. I'm sure she thinks you're funny. Stupid April's funny. She's got some really good zingers there. She's very quick-witted. I wish I could be that quick-witted sometimes. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I just can't. Yep. Give the people what they don't want. So, since we haven't made a pick of the day, someone needs to give me. I wish Dodo was here. She might be watching the Baker though, because Baker is streaming a new trial. Baker or Dodo has come up with some great picks that we had. For the trial, we've been coming up with fun pictures for our testimonies of the day. And my favorite one, I'm just going to share this one because we have a lot, but my favorite one is Brian Albert. He's our grumpy cat. So I need an idea, everyone. I need an idea for Bukake's picture today. So while we get back into this cross real quick of poor kitty, yeah. As we finish do the cross of this team lieutenant, we will get into Bukake after that. I need some suggestions for Bukake's picture of the day. All right. Popeye Bukake. Oh, that's a good one. All right, Kazi. I'll work on it right now. Let's listen to the cross of Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara.
And then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two, I think, is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
So was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to
and no matter how many times Auntie Bev tells fucking Lally to speak up, he doesn't do it. Like, that's why there's a fucking microphone, Lally.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically
Sorry, I
told
clicked the wrong
you
one. Virtual
right?
juror
Because you
says
didn't have
Popeye works,
authorization
but
yet?
I like
Objection.
Popeye. Can we make
that true?
Bukake Bluto?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at
What
that
is
time.
that? Is
He-
So you
Bluto
were
is the
not
guy,
authorized
the
to
big
respond at that
big
time,
beast
correct?
from Labyrinth,
No,
right?
neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my
That's who
team.
that
We
is,
have to send
right?
up formal requests to
I
get
love that
authorization to
movie.
respond.
Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It wasn't
you
my
were-
house.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that
Correct,
time, right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully,
I
correct?
was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene
So
who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
he knew.
I did not.
No, I didn't even know that. So he knew what they wanted him to find before they even found it. Aren't like investigative teams supposed to just find what they find and then relay that to the cops? And then if it's relevant, then it's used? Like, doesn't that sound shitty? Like, that's shady as fuck.
Didn't know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
All right. Is it
Oh, okay,
important to
yeah, okay, I
maintain the
thought so.
integrity of a crime
Like, since when
scene
are they told in
before
advance what to
search
look
or
for?
process?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will
But
go out to scenes that
I'm
have been
sorry, but
left
that
unsecured.
biases them right away. And I mean, like if they were going to go in that house and say, "Oh, we're looking for," I don't even know an example right now. But when crime scene techs search a crime scene, they're not told what to look for, so that they bias what they're looking for. They collect evidence, and then if it's relevant, then it's relevant. That's insane.
For days on end.
Sure, no, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would, please just
Oh,
respond to my
what
question.
my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the
Objection, Your Honor.
So no comments, Ms. Giannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the
And
scene
I'll
had
be
been
honest,
abandoned?
I totally forgot about that as well. So not only was the CERT team told what they should find, they were also told that they should find that in a scene that was unsecured for hours, where people were coming and going, could have planted shit, could have done anything, taken stuff away, put stuff in. Yeah, okay. Wow.
By the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil.
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search
Yeah,
uh,
I get
for
that.
law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
The virtual juror says sometimes they know what they're looking for. I have more issues with the scene not being secured. Exactly. Like, I mean, if the crime scene knows they're looking for, let's say, a pew-pew, because someone got shot, then yeah, I get that part. But they didn't even know, supposedly, didn't know what happened when they called the CERT team. Besides Proctor assuming it was he got hit because of him being out of his shoe. But they didn't have any proof. They didn't know. And several people said, I don't know if he got in a fight or whatever. Wasn't that blank who said that? So you had no idea if a car was involved, and then says, leaves, yeah, I mean, they didn't know what they were supposed to look for. But he's already telling them right away, you should see if you find any tail light pieces. And then, of course, knowing that it was unsecured, that people could come and go as they please off that crime scene for hours before they got there. It is just insane.
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of a area to
They
be
never
searched prior
answer
to
the freaking
search?
question that
If
is
they don't think
asked.
anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right. So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team. Because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. We'll normally duplicate the instructions. So as they listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay.
Strange.
And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct. So we weren't authorized to respond yet.
Right.
Now, you
Virtual
stated
juror, yeah,
that
I didn't
you
know
were
that.
in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you?
Isn't it from
Denton?
missing people?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The daily journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal
I thought.
recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered in the daily journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the daily journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, "Sir, activated en route to Canton."
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability.
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was
Thank you for
timestamped at
that.
3:48.
Virtual juror. I didn't know all that.
Now,
I didn't know that's
Other
what
than
the CERT team stood
authorization.
for.
that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert. Did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay,
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm going to be pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration. safety consideration of now additional members driving through the whether to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
All right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't
Steven?
record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab,
Uh-oh.
which is our
We're
vehicle
about to get
locator
into
determine arrival
Bukake's
times.
testimony, so I don't know if you're gonna get
Is it
any
your testimony that
relaxation
the
after a
personnel
stress
status
test
report
today.
does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yeah, it's whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were
Yes,
officially on scene. Yes,
Stephen.
sir.
But again,
This is
that's not what the
Lieutenant,
document says, right? It doesn't say
I don't know why I keep
we're
forgetting his
entering this into the
Lieutenant
system
Kevin
because
O'Hara
they're
from the
arriving.
CERT
The
team.
document says on scene. and it
After
gives a
this,
date
we're
and
getting
time,
into
does it not?
Yes, it
Bukake.
does, sir.
Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your
More
testimony
errors
is that
in
other
paperwork?
members didn't
No
show up
way.
until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier,
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
he showed up at 5:41 and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually.
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after getting the team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well, I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did
Who
not.
used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay.
Oh,
And a command post is a base of operations
wow.
at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway. Yes, sir.
One of the, wait, I gotta
And,
stop and read
you
this
were
one.
initially
One of the first red flags for me was when I learned that the CERT, when they used CERT to search the team. I don't know how much everyone knows about the MSP, but CERT doesn't search scenes for evidence. Yeah, we just went through this. The virtual juror gave me a little rundown on it. Papers all had them arriving at the same time. Gasp, I'm shocked. Yeah, exactly. Like, are you serious? More paperwork with the wrong times and stuff on it? Oh my God. That would never happen. They are a rescue and search team. Crime scenes are handled by CSSS of the Massachusetts. Okay. Crime Scene Specialty Services. Got it. The CERT team. I got you, Steven. I do that all the time. I tell people all the time, I got stupid, short, fat fingers, and the Mr. Autocorrect hates me. Because that's what CERT usually does, since that's what they're supposed to do. Yeah, gotcha. Why did they use them? I just don't get it. What the hell?
facing away from the flagpole when you did that,
Yes, sir.
which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview,
Correct, sir.
and then ultimately turned it around.
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
Of course he
In addition to
did.
your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other
sorry,
officers
Stephen.
on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
But
They were
you,
all in
at least
uniform?
you have a
They were
legitimate
not.
excuse. I
Some were
don't
in
have
plain
one.
clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were,
My
correct?
fingers are just
I only
stupid.
recognize 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
But they didn't even
So,
know a
again, the answer to
vehicle
my
was
question-
involved.
He did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right, but in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene.
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton Evidence Search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct,
And
sir.
that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission. And would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Hey, Mona Sunshine.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't.
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right. I'm
Thanks for
sorry.
coming.
All set, sir. Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not. No, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir. So I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked. Yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
Why did they not
But in any
outline
case,
with something
Lieutenant Tully
where
didn't tell you that he ever
he
saw
laid,
the
especially
vehicle
if they
parked
thought he was hit
in
by
the
a
area
car?
to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you
He's a
to
pits.
look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned
Yeah,
during your testimony
Exactly.
that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
Okay, Ronnie.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided
I need to
how
pay
far
my
of a
bills
distance we
too,
would
but I
search.
don't have the money.
So that's another way of saying it
Still
was
waiting
based
on my
his direction
stupid
that you created a grid and
refund
began
from
your
my
search, correct?
stupid mobile
And I
company.
based
Took
it
all
off
my
of the
money
information he provided, yes, sir.
when
The
they
answer is
shouldn't
yes.
have.
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Yes,
you.
we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed
You
down
didn't
the area.
sift through the
Correct.
snow. You
And-
used
and
a leaf
best
blower.
practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
Is this really
That
the
would be
blame
at the
game?
discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search,
Yeah,
correct?
he didn't. He
Correct,
kind of
sir.
just seems
And
like
you want to collect evidence as it's located.
I did my
and
job. I did what I was
immediately
told.
photograph it in place before it's
It may not have
disturbed,
been the
correct?
best, but
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get
this is what I was
photographed
told
in
to do.
place. Yes,
So
sir.
here you go.
During your search
Katie,
in this case, your
I
team
have my
found
power
a
back on.
speaker and
Woohoo!
pieces of red and clear plastic.
I'm just
correct?
crossing my
Correct, sir.
fingers
The
that
evidence
it
that you
doesn't go
found
back
was
out.
Basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other,
Leaf
correct?
blower was Sergeant Good. Oh, that's
Within
right.
a
I
foot or
forgot.
two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did.
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area, less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic. And then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Allow it. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they
Oh,
were within around a
was
foot,
that your
but to be
testimony,
100%
sir?
accurate, you would have to
Somebody's
measure
gotta
between the
get
two
the
GPS
answer.
points,
Wasn't
which
that
I have not done.
Janetti or Jackson?
Sure, but
Ask
if
the
your
question
estimate
anyway.
is they
The
were,
way
you
you
didn't
want,
even say a foot, you said
give
less
the
than a
answer
foot,
himself.
correct?
I believe that's what you read around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate.
Well, you're saying 3 feet. I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS markings. So
Wow.
All right.
I don't know where, I didn't know where you came up with
I
that
don't
number
know
3
if
feet,
that's
sir.
accurate.
I'm
Like,
just asking questions.
accuracy
Okay.
doesn't mean shit in
That'll
a
be-
crime scene, does
I'm
it?
just asking questions. All right. So
What the hell
with
was I
regard to-
thinking?
let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to like worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic?
It
Did
was-
that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it, but I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was. And in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right.
Oh my God. Is that what he testified to?
And then, moving along, we have the red piece of
Oh.
plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic. Then finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found? Several feet south.
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay, all right, so we will agree that, you know, 1 piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No, okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir, they were under snow.
Can I have those exhibits, please? Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't
Oh,
we
sure.
why don't we have this?
Oh, Auntie Bev needs a white claw.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct
She always
examination
uses the
that
jury as
you collected
an
6
excuse.
or 7
Jury
pieces
needs a
of
break
plastic,
instead of
correct?
just saying,
I
I
believe
need a
that's what we
jury.
found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, while Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to.
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right, in any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th, those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
I'm assuming
Your
those are the
Mr.
dates
Riley?
that all those other
briefly, Your
pieces were supposedly found.
So Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than, doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene,
Correct, sir.
as well as each member of your unit? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay, is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that, is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's go. We're gonna get into Yuri Bukhenik, aka Bukake, right now. And before I start Bukake's testimony, anyone who hasn't subscribed to Angie M from the Chat Rats, she is having her diamond painting auction / fundraiser / just an all-out fun live going on Sunday night before, I think, hold on, she gave me the details. I don't want to get it wrong. So she's got it going on dual fundraiser for Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Aiden Carney. Oh my God, I almost said it wrong. Shame on me. Says, sorry, Angie, did I get it wrong? I thought you were doing your diamond painting. You were auctioning it off. I think she still is, but says she's going live Sunday night at 9. I want to say 9:30. What? You didn't give me the time? Hold on. Let me click on the link. Bear with me a moment, guys. 9:30 p.m. on Sunday the 15th. Dual fundraiser for Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Aiden Carney. So that will be fun. And that will be Mary B and I are going live at 10:30 Eastern. So that night, so I wish I could join her chat that night live, but I will be on replay. But for those of you who want to check that out, and then maybe come swing over here at 10:30. For Mary B and I will be doing projection. We talked about it yesterday, talked about it a little bit earlier. We're going into my second psych lesson, and we felt it was, at least I did, Mary B agreed, that we would go into the definition of projection. And watching JFK yesterday and all of his jealousies and shit he projects on other people, which is really just him explaining himself, I felt was very, very important to discuss. So anyways, yes, Maylin, I just saw your message. You can put Angie, Maylin, if she's still listening, you can go ahead and put Angie's link in the chat. I think most of you probably already subscribed to her. You can put your notification on for her, and I will be posting. I wanted to get the approval for my thumbnail for Sunday. It's already done. I sent it to Mary B. I was just waiting for a response to see if she liked it. My Sunday night stream will also be ready to go and live sometime later today. So keep an eye out. We have lots going on Sunday night. So we're gonna have a fun weekend. Alrighty, so here we go. Katie, I hope you get power. Yeah, I didn't see your comment, virtual juror. Yeah, Stephen corrected me that it was good who used the leaf blower. I always forget who did what. They all screwed it up. So It is what it is. Okay, so up we go. And for those of you who, if there are any at this point, who have not Googled Bukake and what Bukake means, trigger warning, don't do it. And just like my thumbnail for today says, do so at your own risk. I regretted it the minute I did.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Bukhenik, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y.
Bukhenik. I
Last
can't
of
say it like him. No way.
B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
Right?
been a
Oh my
trooper since
God, you guys.
2012.
Seriously? All of your comments, I didn't even know you guys were commenting. They just popped on my screen. What the hell? All of your comments from way back when just popped up. We lost ours like an hour ago. KDD, the down power line was on fire 2 houses down from my mom. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I hope you get it back on soon. Virtual Juror says, I feel like O'Hara took the bullet, so to say, for his team, so they didn't have to go in and testify. And in this trial, yeah, train wreck, 100%. Yeah, KDD, my apartment got down to 50 some degrees this morning. It's freezing. Yeah, nobody measured anything. That's insane. Bukake! Oh, good. Thanks, Maylin, for putting that in there. Zach, your alter ego was in Jimmy's chat again today. Ray thought it was you. Who's Zach's alter ego? There you go. Auctioning off diamond paintings and some stuff from her husband. That's cool. Yep, I've lost power twice already. Thankfully, the first time was several hours, but the second time was only a couple minutes. So hopefully it won't be lost again. But forewarning to anybody who wasn't here in the beginning, because I've lost power already twice today, if for some reason my stream just ends abruptly, it's because my power went out. I can't wait for the day 7 p.m. start times are popular. You know, they are popular. That's the problem. Because every time I want to stream earlier, someone else is already streaming. Especially Danny. I don't want to stream when Danny's streaming. I don't want to step on his toes. Plus, I want to be in his chat. I want to watch him. So I'm trying to do things around that kind of stuff, and or later, after they're done, that kind of thing. It doesn't bother Zach. He thinks it's funny. You have to work out in the dark. Oh, be careful. Don't drop a dumbbell on your toe. It's miserable here in Texas, too. 72 degrees and low humidity and a light breeze. Fuck off, Zach. What a dick. All right, here we go. Are you ready for this shit? I don't know if I'm ready. Oh, boy.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call
We
duty
should
and
have
sort of
been
how that works?
prepared for with
As
our
a supervisor on call.
our chat fridge. Is Maylin, is our chat fridge full? Do we have our buckets of water and shot glasses for our water game? I mean, I've already lost count as to how many times he said it. Although I think it was really only twice, but I'm sure we're going to hear the what, if any, who, if any, where, if any, at least 100 times today. Oh, fun fact of the day. He pulled me over one night about 1 a.m. when he was a patrol trooper. And though he didn't give me a ticket, he was a complete dickhead the entire time. Ugh. Well, I believe it, Stephen. At least you didn't get the ticket, but I feel bad that you even had to deal with that piece of shit. Were his pants on tight as they look in person? Or, did he take his shirt off and swing them between his legs like he did at the dance party or bar or wherever that was? Chat fridge is full of water and lime punch, everyone. Oh, and the potty pads are down. Woohoo! Go Maylin. They were regular fitting summer regulation trooper clothes. Damn it.
All responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
I didn't know that, Stephen.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever
Our
specific
cops
day the
here
trooper is on
wear the
call,
same
correct?
thing all
That's
year
correct.
round.
And as
That's
far
weird.
as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which
No need sunshine.
the
What's
body
that?
was located and what was transpiring.
What is the
And
tile? Go look at my
I told Trooper
thumbnail.
Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a four-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well,
That's correct.
and you mentioned that the truck is four-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My four-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in
Does
the morning or
Larry
so,
truly
where is
think
it
that
you
four-wheel
were at that
drive
point in
needs
time,
to
if
be
you know?
explained to the
At
jury?
8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you
Yeah.
mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good,
Yeah,
who
Mooney,
was
I
the
can
uniform
tell
patrol
you,
sergeant.
it's
and having
definitely a
been
bonus
the first
when you have the money to pay for your groceries. Because I, unfortunately, as you guys know, do not have that money right now because of my stupid a-hole mobile company who is taking their sweet ass time to give me my money back that they never should have taken in the first place. So I've ranted about this every single day, and I will probably rant about it every day until it finally gets back in my freaking bank account. Driving me nuts. Oh, we got another fun fact before we start Bukake again. Another fun fact of the day. Almost every single MSP issued vehicle is either four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. He's full of shit. Thank you for that, Steven. I guess this is a good time to squeeze in a grift. Anyone who wants to help me with my channel, donate me some money for groceries. Just kidding. Not kind of kidding. PayPal and buy me a coffee link is in the bio and in the ticker. And I also have a QR code for PayPal. Thank you all so much.
Responded to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well.
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
Hey,
That's
Zach.
correct.
Yeah, I can gladly carry $100 worth of groceries, even with my fake hips and my pain condition. Okay, I just don't have the $100. So if you want to send me $100, I'll go out and carry $100 worth of groceries. I don't blame you, Miss Scarlett. They take our money, no problem. When it's time to refund, they take their sweet ass time. 110%. Oh my God. They don't care that I haven't had my groceries or anything to eat for like 5 days. They don't give a shit. Nope. I will be auctioning off my diamond paintings. Okay, yep. And a few other things. I talked to my husband. Yeah, Maitland put that in there. So that's great. It'll be awesome.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his.
Next question, please, Mr. Lally. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr.
All right,
O'Keefe's
Katie
body
D.
was
Don't work
at that
out too
point,
hard.
what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll
Come
allow
back
that.
when you're done if you want. When you're
We
relaxed.
learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility?
I just got it. He's just so funny. Steven says, woohoo, my monthly trust fund check just came in the mail. That's right. I'm a trust fund baby. $100 a month. He's balling, okay? I'm thinking hookers and blow this weekend. Woohoo, some booger sugar. Now, Stephen, I just gotta tell you, if you were like, you know, a philanthropist, you would take that $100 and send it my way so I could, you know, eat this weekend. Party at Stevens. Woohoo!
Well, in relation to your response to that morning.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Have you identified this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
Oh,
The
how
snow
very
conditions that you were
responsible
talking
of
about
you,
as far as clearing out the
Bukake.
driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
Oh, wow.
We
Stephen,
first
I'm
spoke with
sorry.
Miss Jennifer McCabe.
I didn't mean to mess with you. Really is a trust fund baby. Gets $100 and so does the sister. Aw. Well, that's nice. Hopefully it's a little extra money for you, you know, to maybe have a little fun, or if you're short like me, get some groceries, or if you're not short, you can just do whatever you want with it. That's the fun of it, I guess, right? Although I definitely recommend not blowing it on, you know, blow booger sugar. I guess if you're needy, hookers would be okay, but the other not so much. From Jeepa's farm being, that's what I called my son called his great grandpa was Jeepa. From the Jeepa's farm sold years ago. Gotcha. I gotcha. That's awesome. Not awesome that you know
We
what I
then
mean.
spoke with
It's not awesome
Mr. Matt.
that your father's gone. I'm sorry about his passing, but it's awesome that you get a little bit extra every month. Maybe $1 scratch off tickets. No, those are a waste of money. Don't you know that? The odds of winning those are ridiculous. If you're going to buy scratch offs, and trust me, I've done the research, and I actually used to buy scratch offs a long time ago. My ex-boyfriend was addicted to them. You have to buy a certain amount, and you never buy anything under the $10. The $5 ones aren't as bad, but they're still like, if you want to do it, you buy like two $10 or two $20 ones, and you do it. You don't buy a whole bunch. You don't buy just one, because normally you're gonna buy the one that's the loser. The higher the money, you buy two, and you will normally get a winner. Now, 9 times out of 10, if you get a winner, you're just going to get your money back. But hey, if you just like playing and hope that one day one of those winners will be a bigger one, that's how you do it. Good. Thank you, Stephen. I missed out on seeing my grandpa's farm, but no trust fund in my fam. Lucky Stephen, I know. No trust fund for me either, unfortunately. Yeah. 100%. Scratch tickets are ridiculous. Like, you're just never going to win anything. if you want to do, you have it. Just they're not worth the money. Let's put it that way. Yeah. And even then, it's really like pointless. Like you end up wasting more money than you will ever win buying them. They're fun. I like the cash word ones just because at least if I lose, I feel like I did something.
McCabe, and then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Ms. Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Ms. McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them that we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, so yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
Now,
We proceeded to the
I'm
Good
gonna be
Samaritan
honest,
Hospital
you
in
guys.
Brockton.
I used to give them away as gifts. And then I realized, like, what if I ended up giving one as a gift that was like the big winner? I mean, as much as that would be awesome, I kind of need it more than the people I buy the gifts for. So I stopped giving them. I just stopped buying them, period. I know it sounds kind of mean for an empath, but that's the one thing. Like, because I would never expect them to share it with me. For heaven's sakes, it's a gift. And yet most people that I would buy them for, well, actually all the people that I bought them for didn't need the money. I'm the only one in my family that, lives the way I do because of my disabilities and that. So it is what it is, but I'm happy. I'm good. I have everything I need. When people don't take the money that I do have. Yeah, I'd be happy for them too. I mean, if I gave it to someone who needed it, I'd be totally happy for them. But see, in my family, unfortunately, if you were here the other day and heard my rant about my family, you would totally understand why I just said what I just said. Let's leave it at that. Right? Better be getting a fucking steak dinner at a high-end restaurant for that gift. Hey, Joy. Thanks for coming. All right, I'm going to heat up some lunch. My leftover macaroni and cheese, I got my last little bit today. That's what I'm going to have for lunch today. So here we get back to Bukake.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value. We identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant Buchanan, when you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin
talking
hooded
about
sweatshirt,
boxers for?
and
Sorry.
a right sneaker, black in
And
color
my
with
son's
white
in the microwave, and I
design and
hear him talk
a
about
Nike
boxers.
brand.
I'm assuming he's
And how
talking
many
about
sneakers were
John's
there contained
clothes.
within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
Yeah, and how did it get there?
And with regard
You guys
to
even
those
bother thinking about
items
that?
that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and/or Trooper Proctor do with reference to
Well, we got-
those clothing items?
Supposedly in their eyes, he got hit by a
I'll
car,
allow that.
went flying,
Once we went through the clothing, we
getting up,
collected each item
somehow
and
still threw up, and it ended on his pants and boxer shorts. That's not exactly possible there.
put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness
Yeah, I
of the
just found
clothing.
that out, Joy.
So it would
That his clothes were stuck in what Proctor's car for a couple months. Like, that's insane. I can't believe that. Every time I find out something new that totally defies, protocol and all this shit, it's like, I do not know how anybody let this shit get to court.
not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of
Shit.
anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secured in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing
Really?
is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is,
I'll allow it. I'll
What-
allow it.
thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what if any notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with the container being the bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe
Getting
what
worried
those
about
are,
our power
and
here.
who, if anyone, has
Picking up
access
really
to
bad
those
again.
evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have two troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers
Oh,
within your
so
office who did have
nobody would
access?
give them access? I find that
In
hard.
January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kukowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does as a unit commander to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Are you
Now-
sure?
Returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room,
Weren't the clothes in
you
the
did
car
mention that
for
you
months?
secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a
Um,
foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Trooper, over the course of your work with this unit in particular,
You don't testify to that shit.
if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide but death investigations within Norfolk County?
By statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the district attorney's office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective? Excuse me.
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
I'd
And
sure
Sergeant,
like
over
to
the
know
course
how many
of
were solved
your involvement within
and how
those
many have
investigations.
issues like
If
this.
you know, how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
It's not an
And through the
answer.
course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with the physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration. I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril
Yeah, I didn't
and
know that
an
made them.
eyelid, which
But-
was very small and
When you say scores, that could mean 40. It could mean 140. It could mean 500. So, do you get what I'm saying? Because everybody remembers that line. It's like we had to memorize it, the whole entire thing. But I couldn't tell you besides that line probably to this day. Speaking of, I totally forgot. We are going to take a pause today for probably our laugh of the day. I don't know if this is funny or not. I haven't watched it. But our little drama of the day after yesterday. Hold on. Apparently, from what I hear, DUI guy Larry Foreman made a video and makes fun of crusty panties. The funny thing about that is that I also watched a video of loophole lawyers. Hey, Scott. That loophole lawyer didn't know who Krusty Panty was. So I've been anxious to find out. Annie, hey, how are you? Just checking in while a quick break from work. I'll have to watch it on replay after my kiddo's birthday. Oh, no problem. That's right. I know we did say happy birthday, but make sure you let him know we all said happy birthday, and I hope he has a great day. Oh, no, Nan, you're right. Sorry. I was getting it mixed up because loophole lawyer didn't know who Krusty Panties was. But so DUI guy makes fun of Nan, and I gotta watch this because it's freaking. I'm assuming it's freaking funny. Anybody who makes fun of Naniel is funny. So let's find it. Does anyone know which one it is? I'm assuming it's one most recent. Let's see. Oh, Maylin, you are freaking amazing. Look at that. 2 seconds and she sends me a link. You're amazing. Okay, so I thought it was a video, but apparently it is a rant on X. So bear with me a moment. Because I have never signed into the TwitTwat on my computer, so I gotta sign in to show this. I'm not gonna screenshot this. Dude, seriously, I don't know what my screen name is. Hold on, guys. What am Oh, wrong one. Okay, that's why. Bear with me. I don't know if you can hear the wind outside, but it is so loud and crazy. Oh my God. Dude, can't I just read this shit without having an X account? Hold on, let me see if I can do that. Because, dude, it wants me to go through this big old freaking process just to sign in. Because I've never signed in to Twitter on my computer. I barely use it as it is. One more moment, please. I think I got it. All right, so here we go. Oh, sorry, missed a bunch of comments because I was too busy trying to get on this stupid thing. Yep, you fell asleep and we're still on. Yep. I'm glad you guys could make it back. You guys come and go, and I love you guys so much for doing so. You guys come back when we're still on. I love it. The future missus just walked into my office and gave me the let's go side eye. Everyone have a great night. Have a great night, Stephen, if you haven't already left. Have a great night with the missus. Yep, we got lime punch, lots of water and in the chat fridge, and some pee pads. Yeah, Shelly's not feeling that good. Everybody send her some prayers and thoughts, well wishes, so she gets better soon. Yep, everybody's saying they hope you feel better. Larry Foreman tore Kako Manuel new butt on X. I was cracking up. We're going over that right now, Joy. So I haven't read it yet. So here we go. I'm going to read it. So it says, so I've been hearing over the last few days that Laferio is Daniel, for anyone who doesn't know that, was allegedly offered a court TV contract, and she allegedly turned them down. And I'm assuming most people here have heard the story like I have, that she spread that she was given $1 million to take Julie Grant's place. And then when she didn't, she gave that money back. Like, yeah, right. No one believes that shit. There is no way that is true. Here's why. Last year, during the second Karen Reed trial, I was invited and almost went on a show to talk about the case. I then found out that Nan was going to be on that same show. Knowing nothing about her and having never heard of her, I decided to go read some of her tweets and watch some of the footage where she was on that show. You know, to get a feel for what I'm getting myself into, like most smart people would. When I say this lady is mental, that's an understatement. She likes to make outlandish claims, exaggerates constantly, and has no decency or decorum when it comes to the truth or how she presents herself. When she found out that I was going to be a guest on that show, she even tweeted and tagged me about how excited she was to meet me in a way to coax me into the show in a very creepy way. When I read Chandler her tweet, she was as much appalled as I was. As a direct result of her conduct and what I learned about her as a personality, I canceled my appearance on that show. Although for reasons that escape me, my photo was still on the thumbnail, probably to bolster the show's view, of course. But I'm not mad. If my image brought a few extra viewers to your show, God bless you. Enjoy. But Nan has some real issues that need to be looked into. That's an understatement, too. I don't know what they are, as I'm not a psychologist. I can give you a few ideas. But if you have watched even 5 minutes of her talking about anything, you know what I mean. Notwithstanding, there is no way that Court TV, also known as Law Crime Network, for those who don't know, Law and Crime just bought them and now own them as of 2/6/26, would fire the likes of Julie Grant, and obviously fake, pretend she's a good attorney but is nothing but a shit who attacks victims of the justice system for her own sycophantic pleasure, only to replace her with a lobster. They fired Julie to improve the channel's ratings and credibility. Why would they hire Nan to significantly undermine that now? It makes zero logical sense and is most likely false. Not most likely, it is false, okay? More than likely, this stunt Nan pulled is just another way for her to try and play how cool she is, that she is being offered the newly opened position only to turn them down because she's so much better than that, in an attempt to boast whatever is left of her reputation. And that's abhorrent. Anyway, that's my opinion and mine alone, based on data I've gathered about Nan over the past 12 months since I found out she exists. End rant. That is epic. Epic. That was freaking amazing. Auntie Deb posted his songs. Oh my God. That's so, Larry needs to do, oh my God, he needs to do a video on Daniel and see how many of us, I can't believe we didn't know how many of us talked this shit about her already. Or maybe he does know and just never talked about it. Oh my God. He has over 200,000 subs. Yeah. All those people that don't know who Daniel is and her $400 super chats are going to know who she is now. Oh my God, the clam trap. Is that a new song? Oh no. I haven't heard that one, if it is. Oh no. His songs are freaking hilarious. I'm going to be honest though. I don't think anything that I've heard. I haven't heard all his songs, obviously, but all out of the ones that I've heard, his very best was the 12 Days of Mare. Or what was it, 12 Days of Mare? Yeah. That was the freaking best. Because the timing was perfection. The song was perfection. I was laughing so hard.
Size, which would have been produced by a
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Based on your training experience, what, if any, conclusions or what, if any, opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations?
not
Have you
an
been part of
expert.
those investigations?
yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term to be?
My
I understand that
first
term
question
to
would
be
is
a
not having any
injury
broken
sustained through
bones
blunt force
or
trauma or
bruising
friction
below the neck.
to the epidermis
Inconsistent
of
or
the skin
inconsistent with
where a
getting hit
crushing
by a
of the
car?
vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any,
Oh, by
as
the
far as the
way,
consistency of
if anybody comes across one of Baker's old videos where he pulls out his whiteboard and shows the goes over the wound on John's head compared to a bracket or something on a weight bench, I have tried to find it. Baker says he talks about it in several of his videos. I haven't had a lot of time to try and find it, but if anyone does come across it, please let me know. You know, send me a clip or send me the video it's in. I'd truly appreciate it.
those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the,
Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in
Amy,
a specific
hey hon.
location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes,
May I approach?
yes.
Sergeant,
Yes.
presenting you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but on
So-
principle, no.
All right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag. Okay.
Hey Terry. Thanks for joining us.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, you another item, sir. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
Another item, sir, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from the
Yes.
bag. Display it for the jury.
Make the approach, please, sir.
Okay.
Wait, is that the shoe that was in the snow
right,
or
Mr.
from
Riley.
the hospital?
Thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in a minute. Your Honor.
Yes, I'm going to,
No objection.
thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Anything with, last item from that set, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you.
Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you
Does
had mentioned
anybody
earlier
know?
in your
It's really
testimony that
starting to
those
bug
items
me.
had
Does
been
anybody
placed
know
in.
if that shoe that was shown right there is the one from the hospital or the one that was found at the scene? I gotta rewind it because that shoe, if it either way, it looked awfully clean. Jude Moni, you're gonna put song in my head again. There's a daily song stuck in my head.
Make the approach, please, sir.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, another item, sir, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the
Okay,
court's
so that was
permission, if
the
the witness
one
could
from the
remove that item from the
hospital.
bag. Display it for the jury.
Make the approach, please, sir.
Okay, All right, Mr. Lally?
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in minutes.
Yes, I'm going to, thank you.
Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem witness again.
Yes.
One last item from that set, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans,
I'm
black
so
belt,
confused
and
about
plaid
these
boxer
shoes.
shorts.
And,
Oh,
Your Honor, with the
hold
court's
on.
permission,
Sorry, I was
um,
trying to look something up. I think that's the one they bought. So they bought. Oh, I get what you're saying. They didn't actually admit to buying them, but probably. Oh, I got it. Holy shit. Yeah, I already like I didn't know this. I mean, when I watch Will's, even when I watch Will's stream, I have no idea what he means when he talks about how he was right about the shoe. I have no clue because I didn't watch him back then and I didn't know there was an issue with the shoe. I just assumed it was something funny or whatever. But all I did was try to Google the picture so I didn't have to rewind it and try to find the picture they showed of the shoe in the snow. And that's all I see now is mix up with evidence, conspiracy with shoe, like what the hell? Yeah. No, I was joking. Yeah, I got you. I figured it out. It is clean. That's why I asked where it was from. Because I remember we just saw the picture from it being outside from the CERT team guy's interview or testimony. And that shoe was dirty and obviously wet and covered in snow. And then when he pulls this out, I said, but he said it's from the hospital. But even then, like, I'm even looking now. I want to look at the picture from the cert. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can take a picture of it. Because that shoe, it looks totally different than what I remember just seeing that picture. And I don't think it's just because it looks clean, but I have to look at it. All right, bear with me a moment. So if I go to, you guys, it was the third guy's testimony, the one we just watched that showed the shoe, picture of the shoe at the scene, right? Pretty sure it was. There we go. I got it. Hold on. I'm gonna take a picture of it. I have a serious problem already. Now I know why it looks so funny. The sole is black. Whoa. Didn't you just show a shoe with a white sole? Holy shit. Hold on. I'm going to pull this up. Bear with me. Does anybody else know? Like, has this been a big thing? How have I not heard about this? Like I said, I've seen them talk about, like, I've seen Will talk about, I was right about the shoe, but I never knew what he meant. I'm making pot roast dinner and it's starting to smell so yummy, I bet. I tell you, if I could get an Uber right now, I'd Uber over your house, Moni, and invite myself for dinner. There's so many things in this case that really should be investigated further. And even though Karen Reed wasn't at fault, the CW Commonwealth won't investigate further. I know. I swear, I hope the feds are still doing something. Dinner is at 6:30 if my vegetables need more time. One shoe was bleached, but they are John's shoes. The shoe from the house. Sorry, I had to step away for a minute, but was listening. But it's still, you wait till you see the shoe. You wouldn't bleach above the bottom of his shoe. Moni Sunshine, Joy says we'll be there at 5:30 with a bottle of wine. So blustery and cold out, pot roast was a good choice. Yeah, it was. It's so windy. Like I just crossing my fingers that my power doesn't go out again. It's so crazy. It's so crappy. Okay, hold on. Here's the shoe. Look at that. The sole looks black. Now, the more I increase the zoom, no, I would say it could possibly be part shadow of it that could cause it to look darker than it is, but it's the entire, like, the outline is too perfect. That's why when I looked at that shoe that he showed in court, I'm like, it looks so clean, because I just thought, I was thinking dirt. It is shadows. I didn't even see your comment. I have, okay, hold on. I have BLT has the side by sides. The one from the hospital is dirty and the one from the house is white, but the wear pattern is the same. Okay. I love pot roast. The problem is I make it in the crock pot or Dutch oven and use a coffee cup to get the juice and drink it. I never have enough left for a lot of gravy. I love gravy. I'd love to have you all over for dinner. All right. Well, anytime you invite, I'll come over for dinner. Okay, Maitland. I'll have to check it out. You don't make gravy. What? Apparently. I don't know. When I look at it small, it definitely looks like the sole is black. But the minute I did increase that, it did kind of look like shadows, because like here, you can see that's not part of the shoe, but it's a shadow right here. But I don't know how BLT could see the wear patterns. It's completely covered. Oh, well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look how bright white it is.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. Introduce in minutes.
Yes, I'm going to look.
No objection.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. That's what I
You're on
need
there,
to
Bill
see,
Simmons again?
Malin.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Last item from that set, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Oh, you're not going to show his boxer shorts with the puke on it? That's like one of the biggest things for me. I'm sorry. You can't puke laying down and get it on your shorts unless you're moved. You're driving, Jeannie. Okay, be careful, okay?
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, Commonwealth is seeking to introduce in minutes the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially.
I'm gonna be honest,
What, if
Moni,
anything,
I can't stand cabbage, but I love galumkis. My grandma used to make galumkis, which are stuffed cabbage, but I like the insides. I scrape out the insides, the meat and the rice and all that stuff, and I just throw the cabbage away or give it to someone who will eat it. And then I mix it in the sauce from the outside. It's really good that way. Well, you're okay, Maylin. I hope they get home safe. I think Chloe tore up the other shoe. Oh my God, I didn't even think of that either. Could have easily done that. A glumki, it's basically stuffed cabbage. It's the Polish word for it. Both my great grandparents were straight from Poland, pretty much. So I'll show you. Hold on. I don't even know how to spell it. Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, I got it. Oh, I actually spelled it right. So glumkis are, like I said, basically stuffed cabbage. So what it is, it's like ground beef and rice and seasoning wrapped in cabbage, and then with like a tomato sauce, almost like a marinara sauce on top. And because I don't like cabbage, I just would scrape out all the meat and rice from the inside and then mix it all in the sauce and just get rid of the cabbage. It's really good stuff. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I never made them. It's one of my grandma's recipe I never did make. But they're really good. Sounds yummy. It is yummy. If you like cabbage, like you'd probably love the whole thing. If you're like me and don't like cabbage, and you like ground meat, you like tomato sauce, and you like rice, and you like some. I mean, it's not I mean, Polish food isn't obviously spicy by any means, but you know, it's probably got like salt and some little bit of pepper and onion powder and onions in it and stuff like that. It's really good. Stuffed cabbage rolls are a graduation party dinner. Oh, really? Wow. Oh, in my brain. Oh, then you'd love these. Yeah. But this is like that's the English word for glunky. Apparently, this is how you spell it, and I don't know how to say it in Polish. I only know one Polish word. My grandpa used to say it, and it's a swear word in Polish, and apparently when you translate it to English, it means pig's feet. So it really doesn't mean it in English, but if you say it in Polish to someone who speaks Polish, it's a very bad word. Oh, there you go. That's what you wanted? Well, there you go. It's your graduation party. You can have whatever you want. That's awesome. I don't remember what we had to eat at my graduation party. It was too long ago. God, I'm old.
Anything happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to?
I don't
to
really
the
like
office, to
great
your,
leaves either. Like, I
or the
don't
evidence
like
room?
the only
Due to
great
the
leafy
condition
stuff
of
I
those
like is
items
like
after they arrived at the
lettuce,
office,
like lettuce, salad.
the items were
stuff. I
laid
don't
out
like cooked
on
vegetables besides corn.
butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and
Oh, of course I do.
allowed to dry
Hold on.
naturally.
I'm assuming you're talking about punchkis. That I can't spell. They're punchkis. And they're delicious. Full of fat, but they're really, really good. I can't even eat a whole one. Like a half of one is like all the sugar I can take at one time. Oh, I'm with you on the lasagna. I could eat pasta, like Italian style pasta, any day, any meal, all the time. And as a Polish person, I know that's sad to say, but I'm sorry. I love Italian food. I like my Polish food too. Like I like my pierogies. I love the potato and cheese pierogies, and of course, who doesn't love a punchki?
Because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Joy, she means a punchki, okay, not a beignet. Oh boy, oh boy.
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing. And he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services Section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil.
We just talked about
and-
that, Joy.
Those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there?
I just pulled up a picture of it and everything and compared the two. And I'll be honest, it looks like a shadow to me, by the weight of the angle and the way that the shadow shows the side. But I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm gonna check out BLT's shoe comparison from the lab when I get a picture of it.
That a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case.
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from Crime Scene Services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when Crime Scene Services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Welcome back, Barbara.
So Sergeant Bukhenik just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
You're on the Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit.
All right. So there's no objection, right? All right. So folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case.
Why not, Barbara? I've already showed it on my stream. We did a comparison to other dog bites last week. I believe the bad people took John's shoes off because they staged that he was hit by, and the impact would have knocked his shoes off. But yeah, well, he wasn't hit by a car exactly. And so, I mean, I think, I'm not sure who said this now. I forgot. Whoever said this the other day thinks, because I wondered how the hell he got puke on his underwear and not his pants or in his sweatshirt. Unless they just didn't. I mean, either way, there's no way you're going to get puke on your underwear and not get it on your other clothes unless you're undressed or unless someone washes your clothes, which someone brought up the other day, which I thought was a really, really good way of looking at the evidence. With his clothes being soaking wet from being in the snow, he could have easily had wet clothes on when he went out there. They could have thrown his clothes in the wash just to rinse it off with no soap, just so that it wouldn't smell like they were freshly washed, and put them back on. YouTube hates it and likes to sit channels with over 18 warnings. Oh, gotcha. Well, I only put 18 warnings on the videos where I do, like, I swear a lot, or show, like I put it on that video that we talked about the wounds. So I will play it. I don't care because I'm not monetized yet. So me marking a few of my videos 18 and over is not that big of a deal to me right now. When I'm monetized, it'll be different. But thank you so much, Barbara. I appreciate you looking out for me. You guys are amazing. Oh, Danny got hit with it. Yeah, because he's monetized and stuff. So that's, yeah. Yeah, so all this is bunk because they stage it. Yep. Recall you said no pants. And they was wet. Yeah, weren't they wet? Like, oh, are you being dirty? Or are you, like, am I misreading what you're saying? Are you? Sometimes my mind goes to dirty jokes and people aren't really saying dirty joke kind of things. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't know this fact until what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, or whenever we started first watching this and someone told me. I was like, what? I mean, I knew they weren't, put into evidence properly, but that's all I knew. I didn't know they sat to get moldy and shit in someone's car. And you know what? The more I even think about it, were his clothes in an evidence bag in Proctor's car or just laying in his car, for heaven's sakes? Could there have been cross-contamination? Did Proctor throw up in his car? Like, all of this shit. Yep, they are evil. I hope they never have another restful night of sleep for all of their days. I agree. Oh, you're good, Joy. No worries. Doggies had to go pee-pee. Yeah, they have to do that sometimes. Yeah, I do too, Maylin. I have a dirty mind. My mind goes to the dirty jokes, even when people aren't trying to make a dirty joke and they're like, what the fuck are you laughing at? I'm like, oh, that's not what you meant? Oops. No, what you was talking about, puke in underwear. Yeah, because they found puke and vomit on his underwear, which doesn't make sense because they don't mention that they found vomit anywhere else on his clothes, only on his underwear. And even if they was by some means on his pants and down his shirt, it's not going to get on your pants, your underwear, or down your shirt if he threw up because of the head injury. It would go over the side of his mouth and that's it. Because he wasn't getting up after that. We know he didn't get up after that injury. How the hell did vomit get on his underwear? Unless his pants, like I said, unless he hit his head and his clothes were already off except for his underwear. Or they washed his clothes except for his underwear. You love dirty thoughts and jokes? Yeah, me too. I've given Baker all my dumbest dirty jokes on his channel. Most of the really funny ones aren't appropriate for YouTube, especially during the daytime. All right, here we go.
It's based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the
Right.
evidence and my instructions on the law.
I love
All right, with
Baker.
that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just briefly each of the three respective photographs?
Yes. Thank you.
And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 442?
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 443?
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time, I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his arrival?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle from my vantage point. I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went into the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barros came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So then you proceed inside the home, and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing? Are you seated? Or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And prior
Do I need to give an instructions to Larry? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute? All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversation with the police or questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regards to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And from at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dighton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll look to seek the introduction of the next exhibit.
No objection.
You could press on my.
Still, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You pause right there, please. Now, the Sergeant Bukhenik, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that has just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
is that the same driveway that you would
Hold on
walk
a
up from
second,
the
guys.
street to the house in Dayton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
Yeah.
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to keep it press play from there. Just a moment, if you could pause right there. Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are and from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle
Yeah,
was
he was in
Mr.
the
Reed.
Sallyport
That'd be the
for
father,
a
is that correct?
That's
wildly
correct.
long time, according to Deborah and her false memory.
Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling at.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I got a second of those two videos, if you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Bukhenik, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play for me. Sergeant Bukhenik, from this still image from this video, what if anything is significant?
And I'd
you
still
observed
like
in
to go
relation
back to the
vehicle
point I
or-
made long time ago before we even started watching the trial, I think, when I went over some of the pictures from the Google Drive. Why is there no pictures, no anything of that car before they get it? Oh, maybe we did have started the trial when I talked about this, but why are there no pictures, no nothing before they put that car, which is now evidence, on that tow, when it's being taken to the Sallyport in a snowstorm, knowing that that truck could get in an accident, something could hit the car, something could fly out, somebody could get a flat tire, rubber could go and smash that car, anything could come along and cause damage to that car. And yet they took zero, none, no evidence, no photos, no nothing of that car before they took it to that Sallyport. Yeah, she hit John's car. Exactly. And that is on video. And they couldn't get rid of that one because it was on John's ring camera. Yeah. I still need to pull up that photo. Let me see if I can maybe I can find it now, of the reflection in the wet ground where they made the light look red, but the reflection in the ground is, where they made the light look white. And yet the reflection in the ground is still red. They screwed that up big time. Yeah, it's insane. There really didn't need to be that many people in on it. Just didn't. you just needed people to believe their friends and their coworkers who are their friends, and then just say, well, this is what it is, and they just take their word for it, and then they do a shitty job on top of it. Like, don't worry about this one, guys. We don't really need it. We don't really need all this evidence. Just do what you actually have to do, just so that we have, documentation that we did some sort of investigation. And she'll probably plead out. I mean, I bet you any money they assume she would plead out. Yeah. Alberts were close to Proctor and needed his help for covering it up, I think. That's what Shelley says. We all know Jen was the mastermind of the conspiracy. Now, I don't think she was responsible for what happened to John, in my opinion, but she definitely knows what happened to him, and she definitely played a huge role in everyone getting their stories straight. Yeah. They have done other investigations way better than this one. Wonder why. I'm sure the tow driver did. It's standard procedure. They just got rid of them. Yeah. Oh, getting pictures and stuff. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that's a police tow. I don't know what the procedure is or policy is. I mean, I've been in an accident where police, had to come tow my car because the person who hit me ended up having to pay for the insurance had to pay off my car because it got totaled. But they didn't take pictures of it at the scene, but that was an accident. Thing is this car in particular being supposedly a weapon in an unaliving. Think about it. That's what they're saying she used as a weapon to unalive John. And yet there are no freaking pictures of it from where they picked it up. What's the number one thing they say in movies and that? Don't pick up the weapon. Don't put your fingerprints on it. Don't move the weapon. Don't do this. We need to, secure it. Get pictures of it. And considering how they had to move her car, knowing they're driving in dangerous weather, that it could be damaged. It's insane. They don't do that in Massachusetts. Yeah, that one. What was his name? Is it Barros? Is that the one that testified on? Yeah, Barros. It was amazing. Yep, the only one who told the truth. Yeah. I mean, we could go on and on about the shit in this case, but there are some huge, major, like, how did this go to court? Red flags, like the missing video and the inverted camera. And then I truly think that Alessi should have got his mistrial with that stunt Brennan pulled with the sweatshirt. But how does a motion activated camera supposedly not start activating until someone's in the middle of the room sweeping. So why didn't it work all the other times? He, for the minutes or however long he was sweeping or whatever in there before they picked it up and started recording, and he just appeared in the middle of the Sally Port. Not to mention that the next day or whenever they looked at footage, it was working perfectly fine. Wasn't missing anything and was a lot clearer too. Yep. If she pleads out, we're good. If not, there will be a whole episode. Exactly. Dude, are you serious? I never heard this. Just the fact that Morrissey asks for $1 million from the state because Karen Reed had excellent defense attorneys. Is that common? No, well, it's obviously not common, but that I didn't even know that. That's insane. I'm not talking about the tow truck drivers taking the pictures, Joy. I'm talking about the cops who went there to get that vehicle and serve the warrant for it. They didn't take no pictures. They didn't do anything. Yes, Lucky is a hero. Yep. Oh, really, Joy? I once asked Lucky if he has ever had to pay for a dinner after the trial. He said one family bought his dinner. That's it? Oh. You can see the email? Oh, wow. I'm going to have to look it up. I mean, I have the entire Google Drive. I just haven't been through it all yet. And I really want to get through this trial before I go through any more of it on the stream, just because I have to go, oh my God, did they present this in trial? Oh my God, did they know this in trial one? Or was it even allowed? Like, Jeannie's home. I'm glad you made it home safe, hon. I know, right? Only one? Wow, I would think you'd never have to buy another drink or dinner again. Me too, man. Where are all the people in Massachusetts who call Lucky their hero and so thankful for him? Dude, buy him some dinners, man. Oh, you talked to Lucky. He said, thank you for all the support. He's so sweet. That's awesome. He seems like a good man. So sad when I saw him the second trial testifying. Brennan trying to attack him over Turtle Boy and saying, like, just brushing over the fact that he lost his wife. Like, what an asshole Brennan is. That's awesome. I would too. That would be so cool. I'd love to sit down and have a dinner with him, and I'd definitely pay the bill when I have some extra money, that is. Yay! I'd love to go with you guys. Yay, Joyce, Jeannie, we're all gonna meet up for dinner and take Lucky with us. Sounds like a good time. Okay, Shelly, be careful on the road. I can't stand him, Brennan. That is, everyone is like, we like him now that he is a defense attorney. And sorry, that's how I see it. I hear that when people say that, but no way I will ever like that man. And I agree. I'm sorry. He's never going to be able to make up for what he did. He's a douchebag. His voice makes me cringe. And I don't ever want to see him practice law. I don't care if he's doing being a defense lawyer or not. He did shady shit for money and he knew it. If he wanted to be a noble man and the right thing, he would have taken a look at that evidence and said, sorry, dudes, there's not enough here. I'm not prosecuting this case. Well, thanks, guys. I'm glad you guys agree with me because I have heard other people say that too. Like, oh, he redeemed himself. Like, no, he didn't. He's a moron. He did someone like so dirty for money. And a person like that doesn't redeem themselves. Period. Yep, most expensive DWI in history of Massachusetts. I think the history of anywhere. It's funny. You're not the first person to tell me that. It's almost refreshing hearing Lally again in this trial. I tell people all the time, even watching this trial, I know we're only not even halfway in, but I will take Lally over Brennan any day. Yep. Spot on, Jeannie. You can't do evil stuff and lie to put someone in jail for 20 years and then all of a sudden be a great guy. Yep. Yep. Jinx, Jeannie. Yeah. Hank Brennan is scum. Yes, he is. All right. Let's get back into Bukake. We don't get sidetracked for too long.
Time that is being loaded onto the token.
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light.
Yeah. Too
coming
bad it
from
doesn't
that
emit white when it's
taillight.
broken, you
If
morons.
using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Just do it if you could play this through
Yeah, Jeannie and I have like we're very like-minded.
Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, as far as
That's right.
when you
Great
left
minds
the
think
residence in
alike. I
Dayton,
got
where
a
is it
lot
that
of great
you,
minds in
went?
this chat with
Can we
me.
turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the Sallyport, why was it that it was taken to that location?
Joy.
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up in the finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway with video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
They have just a moment, Council.
Okay.
Mike.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sallyport garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom and the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sallyport is located.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Okay, Joy.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, as far as what's depicted in this still shot of this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you
Take
observe?
care of those doggies and have
That
a
is the
good
tow
time
truck
with us to
transporting the defendant's vehicle,
I'll be checking that.
arriving at Canton PD.
Replay later.
My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Thanks, Joy.
Ms. Gilman, if you could
I love you
play
too.
that
I
for
love
you.
all you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all.
Now, as far as the interior of the Sallyport garage, that
Put the lights. Thank you.
as far as the interior Sallyport of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sallyport with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sallyport garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about the seat to introduce in minutes and exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or to the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay. Could you pause that, Ms. Gilman? Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
Yeah, because the video is inverted. Hello. Right? Only I totally agree. Like I would probably be red, especially when I get pissed.
Sure.
I get red, or upset. I get red.
Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Oh, inverted. It was inverted when they were playing it. Now the jury's been excused and they're showing that they played it inverted. Exactly. Moni Sunshine. Yeah, he would have known just by watching that. So he knew, he had to have known in advance that they were showing an incorrect and inverted photo or camera. Barbara coming in here talking about sparkly spaces going on. I can't stand that woman's voice. And what could they possibly be talking about today? I wonder. Let me guess. Turtle Boy? And is still trying to figure out if his lives are real. His bus stop lives. Yeah, I don't know how
Is
they
that the
thought
end of
they
it,
were going to
Mr.
get away
Lally?
with
Or
this shit.
I believe so, yes.
is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right. Lights on, please, Dave. Thank you.
Now, I have to say, that's why I was really interested in watching the entire thing. Because I haven't seen the trial, I did know about this video, but I didn't see any of this in the courtroom and like how it happened or anything. So this is interesting to me.
All right. So I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Yeah, only that plus the sweatshirt in trial 2, both of them should have been mistrials.
All right, so we're ready to pick right up where we left off?
We're ready. Thank you, Robert.
Should have been tossed out.
So I'll just be clear, the objection's overruled, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Okay?
Okay, what just happened? Why are they still playing the inverted video? Or does he get to call him out after the fact? What the hell?
If you could pause right there. And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of
Oh,
the
after
condition
the
as far
fact?
as the
Oh, brilliant. I can't wait to
snow or
watch
ice or
this.
anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the South Fork
Especially
garage?
after
Yes, it
they're
is.
gonna let them
Gentlemen, if you could
sit
place
there
your-
and present this, and Lally is probably having a heart attack knowing what he's doing right now and what's about to come.
Gentlemen, if
Oh,
you
I'm
could
so
pause there.
excited to watch Alan Jackson after this.
Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Yeah, Lally, she
Sergeant
tells you
Bukhenik,
that
with
100
reference to
times
any
a day,
individuals you
and you
see in
still
this
don't
video,
do
do
it.
you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could, sir, using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe the problem.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here.
No, that's what I said, Moni. I was like, what the heck? So no, what they did is they're letting Lally go ahead with his direct using the inverted video. And then I'm assuming what Alan Jackson's going to do is come and cross and be like, oh, didn't you even notice that this video is totally inverted? I cannot wait to see Alan's cross. Oh my God. Yeah, me too. This not even just talking about the state of Massachusetts makes my blood boil these days. All the shit that goes on there, and how thankful I am that I don't live there. Yeah, but didn't the car pull in front of the right? Then, oh, from the right? Then from the, no. No, they backed it in and then pulled it in front ways, probably realizing that backing it in off of the tow truck would show that the taillight wasn't cracked, and they needed it to be obscured to fuck with it.
Sergeant Bukhenik,
So then they drive it in
what you're
forward
observing in this video, what you see here,
and then
what you recall
invert the
from this,
video to
what is it that
present
you
to the
and
jury.
Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Who's going to give this play to the end, please?
I-55, make a wish. I wish I get my money back right now. Okay, at least by tomorrow.
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
I
And
appreciate
why
you
was
guys
it
just
taken
being
from the
here.
Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34,
Okay.
which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage camera.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. And I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people within this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, did you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
And as far as the snow and the caked on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26.
Hey, Sarah. Welcome. Yeah, we're going to be getting into AJ's cross about this inverted video. I have never seen it. I am so excited. I can't believe that they let him just continue playing this like this. Well, when they did, the inverted video is insane. Oh my God, the wind here is so crazy. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's so loud.
Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
Of course you will.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
And so, sir, during the course, let me ask you this, as far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
How's
as a case
Bukake?
comes in, we address each
He's
case
alliance.
on an individual basis
Because-
based on the evidence that is
Yeah.
presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected.
Yeah, I do too. Moni.
Sometimes information needs to be collected from
Yes,
third-party
Sarah, you
holders
missed it.
of
They
data
stocked
or
our chat
service
footage
providers,
nice
at which
and
point
full.
to access that data, we apply
Breakfast
for
and potty
search
pad.
warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so
Yeah, I can't
leave
wait
it,
for
move
this
on from
this
that.
cross. Oh, I'm
So you
getting
apply for
excited
search
to
warrants,
watch
we'll move
this
on
shit.
from that.
You can tell
So,
Bukake
Sergeant, my
is already
question is more
uncomfortable.
geared toward as far as individual
And
personnel
there
within,
is one part of his
within your
testimony
unit.
I did make a short about
how is it, is
that I do know.
an investigation conducted
And
as
if
far
you
as
guys
one
have
trooper
seen
does
my
everything,
shorts,
or is
then
it
you
collaborative
know.
effort, or how is
If
that?
not,
How
I'll
is that?
point it out.
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to
Yeah.
put an effort in
Moni,
to
isn't the
conduct
wind here
interviews,
insane?
analysis,
It's so loud.
and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a
Hey,
one-man
KDD, welcome
show.
back. Hope your
That's why we
muscles
call
don't
it a
hurt
case
too much
officer,
after
not a
that
lead
workout.
investigator, because the case
We're
officer
going to be
organizes
getting into
the
AJ's
individuals to
cross-examination of Bukake.
assign
I
different
haven't
tasks
seen it.
and collect
I
and
just
organize the
know that
data that comes back from the
It was
third-party
going to be like
providers
this. I'm so
and
excited.
from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was a case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that
Then
correct?
denies
correct.
that he was the
So
case
as far
agent.
as a search warrant for the Ring video from
So
One Meadows
ridiculous.
Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
Oh, you got your power
And
deck on
as far
KDA.
as, from
I'm so
that search
excited.
warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by
Oh
Ring
yeah,
in
he's
response
sweating
to
his
that
ass
search warrant?
off.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
Getting
it.
nervous. He knows
I am
what's
aware of it.
coming.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
I did.
Now, with reference To those, if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially, when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time?
Maylin, Jerry says, take it off your head. That's what's taking
Ask it
you so long.
differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the
Me
videos
too.
that you
I'm
received
not
from Ray
freezing
that you
cold
reviewed,
anymore.
correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So
Very
he's reviewed
comfortable
videos from
He's
Ray.
subbing
Next
in my
question.
apartment right now.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first
Oh,
warrant
wow,
we
wow.
requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the public this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. With reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicular to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play on that. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, were you able to identify the operator of the vehicle, black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and colorless Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if Ms. Gilman, if you could play it. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, are you also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video in the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
At some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
And that's going to be good present. Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in
I wondered where you've
video,
been.
you observed, are we able to recognize the operator vehicle?
I asked about you earlier, so because we didn't make a picture of the day for you, but I did show pictures that I made for Cry Fart, and I got to show them to you since you're here. Bear with me. Hang out for just a few minutes long. So let me show you these, Dodo. I shared these earlier because I made these a while ago. Let's hold on a second. Okay. This will be a break again for some laughs. Oh, that's right. They're in my email. Hold on. I got to open my email real quick. These are ones I made a while ago when I first started playing around with ChatGPT. Oh, I gotta make it a tiny bit smaller so you can see that. That's Cry Fart. Says, I hope my 32 viewers didn't hear that. And this poor little doggy says, what's that smell? Phew. And then this one. My numbers are up. He says that way too many times as he sends himself a super chat that says we have 30 live viewers. Cry Fart. Yay. And then I made a comic. What? His blood pressure numbers? Yeah, his blood pressure goes up every time he sees his live viewer count. Right, Katie? Oh, I'm going to have to make one now. Oh, shit. I never finished my one from earlier. Damn it. Popeye Bukake was supposed to be the virtual juror wanted. That's what it was. I asked her. She must have left right after that. I asked her if Bluto. She said Bluto. I think that's from Labyrinth. Bluto. I haven't seen Labyrinth in a long time. I used to watch it a lot. I love that movie. She said she liked Popeye. She says, can we make him Bluto instead? And now I forgot to finish it. I will do that as we finish watching Bukake's direct. Hope you guys enjoyed a few laughs. Yeah, that's disgusting, Katie. I'm sorry. Whoa. Yeah, I say the same thing. Please, no. And it's not even respectfully. It's like, no, you're a creeper, dude. No, he has bubble guts. Or he says something about the ladies and loving them. It's just bad. Yeah, it is. He's a creeper. Sorry, he looks like a creeper. He'd be the guy, if I saw walking dogs down the street, I would run across the street and run the other way to get away from.
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
This the timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
There's no one if you could play through there. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that
And
taillight.
you just ignored the fact that she just hit John's car and it's not destroyed. Sorry.
Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Oh.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, they
As
didn't
far
bring
as
it
Mr.
up.
O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
As far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
It's going to be the president.
Yeah, and if it was, would you tell the truth about it? No. And she didn't hit the car that hard. So when she cracked her taillight on John's car, it probably cracked inward. And when she starts driving and all that force from, speeding up and the wind and the snow might have caused it to crack more after the fact. Tom.
And Ms. Nealman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. Pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know what vehicle those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
I'm just going to give you the press button.
Hey, happy chick. Oh, you still don't have power?
Pause there just for a moment. And Sergeant, from the two individuals
Sorry.
from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer,
Aw.
direct your attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and
I
that there
got
is
really
Mr. Reed.
lucky that my power came back
That's
on
correct.
when it did, didn't I? I've been talking about the wind and how crazy it's so loud. The wind is so bad. My power was out for several hours this morning. It got back on, then it went out for a few minutes and then back on, and thankfully cross my fingers that it stays on, doesn't go back out. That's why I tell people if the stream ends abruptly, it's because my power went out. You have a wrench here? No, I didn't call you a wench. No, they say by 11. Oh man, that long? Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. Yeah, Katie D. Every one of us in Michigan lost power. I think Moni lost power. I lost power. Katie lost power. The winds here are just insane, and we're all in different areas, and we all lost power, which is insane. Only went around 1. Hi, Kevin. Well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hate when I have to do that, except I don't have a car right now. I sold it. So when I don't have power, I can't do anything. And just so you guys, I'm sure you guys realize I sped Lally up a little bit more just so we can get to the cross. I'm really anxious to get to the cross now. Oh, I see you got your hat, hippie chick. I got mine the other day too. I got to take a picture in it and I'll post it. I'll do that maybe for tomorrow. I'll at least get a picture up. I keep saying I'm going to go on live stream on my camera, and then I just don't have time after I finally get a little sleep in the morning.
Ms. Gilman, if you could
Get ready to
pull
like
up video 166,
actually
from
put
the same
makeup
exhibit
on
6.
and go on camera. I will one of these days. But I will definitely take a picture in my hat.
Ms. Gilman, if you pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Yeah, we just got done watching the inverted video from Lally. And I am so excited to see AJ rip that apart. I have never seen it. I did not know that they let Lally just continue with the inverted video. It's crazy.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same exhibit 6, video 171.
Oh, the car crew are the hood hookers, fucktards. The JFK show off. Pieces of shit. The guys that scream in their car. Why we call them the car crew. Yeah, I mean, Katie, I literally went into JFK's live one time, or no, it was James Jackson, but still, I've never went in their channels before that. Never made a comment on any of them before that. I go in one time, made one comment, and got booted. And it wasn't even bad. I just said, why don't you ever let
Sergeant,
James
from your
talk?
review of those
That's all I
videos,
said.
at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the C.F. McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to C.F. McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look those and look up when you finish.
Yeah, it'll tell you.
Do you
Like
recognize those,
your
I do.
comment will
Recognize
be
those?
like grayed
I
out.
recognize these to be
It'll
still
say you've been
photographs of
blocked
the ring video that we
or
just
timed
watched.
out
And that would
for
be
making
video
comments.
153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, take introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as Exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct your attention with that laser pointer to the area of the rear passenger side taillight that you were describing damaging. Thank you, sir. So Sergeant Bukhenik, if I could take you again.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
back
I'm
on
not
February 1st
crying,
to
Moni.
see a car. It's your video and the
I'm
receipts
good
and that
with
establishment on that day.
it.
That's correct.
As far as the
Thought it
video
was
receipts,
hilarious.
then
Like
able to
one
subsequently review
time,
those
I
at
go
some
to
point.
their
Yes, I was.
website, one
Now,
one
First,
time,
starting
make one
with respect
comment.
to the video. You already have those?
Included.
Yes.
Did you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the CF McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to sit to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Thank you.
461 and 460.
Thank you.
And Sergeant Kennedy, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed is still shot from the CF McCarthy's video.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr.
Kevin,
Sullivan
you're
is down here
hot.
as well.
Hot.
Mr. O'Keefe is
Every
wearing
time I try to
the gray,
say it, I
light,
say it.
two-tone sweatshirt that I
can't.
held up earlier,
I end
as
up
well as the
talking
jeans.
funny trying to say it. You're hot.
And
Hot.
similar to this, as well as the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, you recognize what's depicted in this still shot
Can't
here.
do it.
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything,
Yeah.
significance do you know there?
Taking in on all that
The bar area
exhaust.
is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at CF McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
With reference to the CF McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress for the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to CF McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed, the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that.
Okay, I'm not the only one.
The front door area is located
I don't know
right here.
if it's us from Michigan that can't say that.
Yes,
no
that
matter
is
how hard
the
I
victim,
try,
Mr. John O'Keefe.
I
dressed in the
have to
same
like
outfit
say it
as
slow
before,
and then I
and
just
Mr.
sound
Camarano.
like an idiot.
If you could play that to audience one. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50 from the third video now. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camarano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camarano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camarano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verify the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are timestamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, CF McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes. Just pause there briefly. Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, the area of Mr. Roberts, who, anyone else you recognize in that area at this?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical tall cocktail glass from the
Like,
bartender.
is this what they're trying to
Again,
say?
given the
The
understanding that
glass.
the video is about 12 minutes
They're
off as
just
far
trying
as
to
timestamp,
show
the
this
defendant
from
entered
the.
about 8:51 p.m.
What
and
they
received
say
his
is the
drink about
clear
8:52.
glass
Is
they
that correct?
they
That's correct.
found.
If you could, please come and play that too.
So stupid. I don't blame you, hippie chick.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so to about 32 minutes.
Have a good dinner.
And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video.
Like, what is the point of all this? Yeah. I agree, Gina. It's really sad. I cried a couple times watching the trial and going over some of the stuff, I'll be honest. Karen Reed's dad 911 call.
Sergeant, again, from
Mr.
that
Reed's
about 1 minute
911
portion
call
from
got
that
me
video,
too.
what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30.
Sarah, you can come do my dishes. I hate doing dishes. Although I do have to be thankful now that I have a dishwasher. I didn't have one for a long time.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places
Yeah, that was
that liquid into
not,
her
not
tall cocktail
guilty.
glass
That
and
day
stacks the
was-
second shot glass into the
crazy
first shot glass into the
emotional.
first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she
cried
had previously received and consumed.
Sitting here watching
This
it
would
on
now be the fourth
TV.
drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And for the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within the same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage
And what, if anything, did she do
I
with the
can
shot
make
glass?
a
in
bowl
regards
of
to the
cereal and
bartender's
have
glass?
6,000
placed
dishes.
inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So
I
that
know
would be between 5 and
exactly
6,
what
is that
you
correct?
mean.
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, sort of round of shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and/or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video. The two gentlemen to the right of the defendant
Hey,
consume
cracking me
a
up.
shot size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point.
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry. So the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6. Is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many?
Yeah,
drinks
I
has the
think
defendant
that was Lally's
At this point, she's
idea.
consumed or is in
Just
possession of
Bombard the jury with
I'll
a
allow it.
bunch of shit.
6 drinks.
Most of it irrelevant,
And this is at approximately
with some
10:29 p.m., is that
emotional
correct?
stuff twisted in, just to
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in.
confuse them.
That's right, the next 20 seconds. So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within for the time frame. I'm sorry. Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to CF McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of CF McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at CF McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Cooper Keith received from CF Carthage on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you, to those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Call up, please introduce the medicine exhibit.
Dodo's making copy. Okay, Dodo, we would
So,
like
Sergeant
all
Kent,
like
on
a
those
copy,
receipts
please.
received for Carthage
Thank
under
you.
both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on
I have
February
a
1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in
buymeacopy.com
Concord?
if anyone would like
Myself and
to.
Trooper Keefe
I
went across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and
He sent me a nice
retrieved
donation, which I truly
transaction receipts and video
appreciate.
from there as well.
I am working
As far as the video is concerned,
on
from that
setting up the
establishment,
rest
have you
of my
reviewed
Buy
that
Me a Copy
Yes, I did.
website.
And with
Is
regard
this
to the
live for
receipts from that
donations?
establishment, you reviewed those as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall, is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the Waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage, shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera.
Yeah, I'll take a big
walking
one
towards
too.
Washington
Big
Street.
one. I like
May I
mine
approach
black,
Yes.
but with a
Almost
couple
introduce the
teaspoons of sugar.
No objection.
My apologies. Please tell me if I can have the first one from interior. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now the bar test 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct viewers' attention to where you observe Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observe Mr. O'Keefe holding as he's exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct viewers' attention to what, if anything, you observe this still.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 54. Just ask to look at that. And do you recognize what's contained in exhibit 54?
I do recognize, yes.
And are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
May I approach the camera?
Yes.
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as exhibit 53.
Okay.
Keep it clear. I can ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, in significance did you observe further?
That portion of video depicts Mr.
Yeah,
John
Dodo,
O'Keefe
they
walking in
should
with the
be
defendant gesturing to a
Hold
group
on.
of people.
If you go to, when you go to the webpage, like, hold on, let me, oh shit. When you go to my regular webpage and you view page, hold on, let me see how it works from the other end. Give me a second. I've never done it from someone else's, but so when you go to more, oh, the PayPal link is clickable, but the Buy Me a Coffee is not. You have to copy and paste, but you can't click it from the chat. Maylin, can you type in just the buy me a coffee in one chat and then the PayPal in a separate chat so they're not linked together for me, please and thank you? So like it says links. I think, oh, you know what? Maybe I can post it in my link, the buy me a coffee in the actual link. Give me a second. Let me try and do that. I forgot that there's a section just for links. Bear with me a moment. One moment, please. Edit channel. Oh, no. Description. No. How did I add the links? Give me a second. I think I have to do it on the computer. Hold on. Hold, please. Yeah, this is where I can do it. Pretty sure I can add another link there. The PayPal should be clickable from the bio. Now I should be able to add the new one under a link. Let me see how many I can add. Yep, I'm going to add it right now. I'm going to add my buy me a coffee so that you can just click on it from my bio. I just got to make sure I type it in correct. Hold on. Wait a minute. Why is, what the hell? There we go. Okay, got it. Hold on. I just got to type it in correct and then it'll be good to go. I'll let you know as soon as I got it. I can't see the chat right now because I'm on different pages. Hold on. So it's buymeacoffee.com/Miss Scarlett's Mind 79. There we go. Miss Scarlett's Mind 79. Okay. Okay, my changes are published. If someone could just check out and see if that link is there now and available, I would be totally appreciative so I can see it from someone else's point of view. Thanks, Malin. I did add it now too. 10:45 p.m. coffee. Dodo, I like you. You're ready to party. Uh-huh. Sometimes a cup of hot coffee late at night will put me to sleep. You know, I'm weird like that. I literally can drink a Red Bull and go to sleep. It's just the way my body works. It's weird. All right, so it's customized. I have the link. Click. If anyone let me know if it works, where it should be good. Let's get back to this and get to crop.
At the top of the screen, and then Ms. Keith walking up to an individual that's part of the group.
Body work that way because I drink it. I have a Red Bull or coffee or tea. Well, tea is mostly decaf I
And
drink,
about
but
5 to 10 seconds or so.
I try to wake up and it doesn't work. I could still fall asleep. You couldn't drink a Red Bull for $1 million?
From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in
Scratch
that portion of the
that.
video?
I'd do it
Yes, I
for
did.
$1 million.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical
I'll drink them
glass that
too,
you're
man.
walking out to see if McCarthy's with, what if anything do you
I like
observe from
Red
the
Bull.
glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video, the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass
Especially
compared to
the
the cylindrical tall style that she
the
walked out of
peach
C.F.
one?
McCarthy's with.
really good.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Coleman, you can take that.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to meet back tomorrow.
All right, we're getting into the cross here in a minute. I know it's this one should be cross.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lally should be
Morning,
almost done.
Good morning, sir.
Circle back just to a couple things that from your testimony from yesterday. Going back to the video that you reviewed from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall. In total, from those two videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant consuming over her time?
The video shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at C.F. McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the waterfall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I could turn your attention to the ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's residence. From the videos that you observed, let me ask you first, as far as, do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
I don't
My
drink a
understanding
lot
is
of
that Ring
them. I drink
surveillance
like
video
1-2
is
a month.
triggered to be recorded
can't
through motion.
afford to,
So if the camera
splurge
detects
on
motion,
energy
which is
drinks
constantly
very
live
much, so
monitoring,
don't worry
and
about
motion is
that.
detected, then that video is captured to a cloud-based system that retains that footage.
And from your review of those videos, what kind of motion would set those off? Like what kind of things would be recorded from the driveway camera?
Be activity in the driveway, such as a person
Yeah,
walking through,
Me too. I used
bird
to
landing,
drink them
a vehicle
almost
pulling
every
in,
day. Now I
individuals
drink maybe one,
moving
2
around in the
minutes.
driveway,
Yeah.
and so forth.
The search warrant that was applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, activity based on information that you had received was not available or was not shown on those ring videos?
The data returned had video that would have been captured from the defendant arriving home after midnight on the 29th, after she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present in the data that was returned from Ring.
What, if any, other video in addition to that one was not present?
There was also video missing from the defendant showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the damage to her right rear tail light.
And what, if any, follow-up or what, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as those types of videos or deletion or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that
Sustain.
Let me ask this first. Was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those timeframes from Ring?
No, there was not.
If I could turn your attention over to your time in Dayton, just in reference to subsequent to that later on, what, if anything, did you receive or what, if anything, did you request? What, if anything?
What
did
if
you receive
anything?
from
What
the
if
Dayton Police in
anything?
regard
What
to
if
January 29th,
anything?
2000?
Jeez, Lally.
I communicated with the Dayton Police
How many
Department
times did you say
requesting
that? One
documentation from
question?
their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
And did you, what, if any, information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes,
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
it was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's on the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we plan to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to do another search for articles that were now, we realized and learned, were missing and could be of
Yep. There went a half a bottle of
evidentiary value
water.
and aid in the, in the
I think
investigation.
it was more like a half a
And-
bucket.
With respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what if any tools or what if anything did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening items that would help them to dig through the snow
Yeah, I
and
agree.
locate any missing
Want to hear
items.
something funny? When I was pregnant, I don't really eat fast food anymore. I haven't for years. But if McDonald's fries are hot and fresh, then yes, I will eat it with a Coke, a medium fry and a Coke. But when I was pregnant, I craved McDonald's fries. I craved McDonald's fries and Hostess mini brownies, the brownie bites. It's a Hostess brand in the bag that comes with like 4 brownie bites. And my husband, my ex-husband now, but my husband at the time, he had to go to work at 5 a.m. He would get up at 5 a.m. to go to work. And he always had to stop and get his cigarettes because he smoked and his Mountain Dews for the day. And when I was pregnant, it's probably the best he ever treated me. He would get me like 3 bags of those brownie bites for the day and drop them back at home because we had a gas station right by the corner by our house. Maury, you're so funny. She says, oh my gosh, I hit my pause by accident, thought Miss Scarlett was working away for 7 minutes of silence. It seems as if I may need a bit of caffeine. I am not getting political, but I'm just saying, I know for a damn fact when Trump gets his McDonald's, them motherfucking fries are fresh and hot. I know, right? It's so unfair. He always gets those fresh hot fries, man. Like, yeah, I used to drink diet for a really long time because I'm hypoglycemic. I was diagnosed hypoglycemic when I was 14. My doctor scared me shitless. I did not have sugar for like 5 years. My mom bought me sugar-free cookies. She gave me my birthday cakes were sugar-free. I mean, I did not want to get diabetes. And I could tell a story about a friend of mine, one of my best friends at the time, was diagnosed with pre-diabetes almost the same time as me. So we made a pact that we were both going to go sugar-free and do the right thing. At 14 years old, she was 15. She was a year older than me because I was a year younger than everyone because I skipped first grade. So she, but within not even probably a month, she was hiding candy bars under her bed and buying regular pop and hiding it in a room. And by her senior year, she was giving herself insulin injections in her stomach in school. And here I am, 47, and I can have sugar basically whenever I want. I just have to watch how much I intake. And I drank diet pop until 2020 or no, 2009. Whenever Diet Pepsi changed I love Diet Pepsi until they changed their recipe, and then it was nasty. So I just switched to regular pop. Plus aspartame, although it's not good for you to drink in a lot of it, it's not going to harm you to have diet pop now and then. But that's it. At this point, what's the reason to go back? Because now my Coke, my pop is my snack. It keeps me from eating a bunch of sugary like food. Yeah, I get like that. I worked in restaurants and bars for so long that yeah, I get the smell. It's awful. I'm not a huge root beer fan. I like root beer floats now and then, but it wouldn't be something I'd go out and get. I like my sweet tea, my Lipton sweet tea, and my my Keurig machine. Yep. McDonald's, Coke, and hot fries will cure a certain kind of headache. Crazy but true. I get it. It's the caffeine. That's what I use Red Bulls for, is my migraines. I'll be honest, caffeine helps my migraines more than any medication I've tried. I take a Motrin 800, a Benadryl, and some caffeine, and I sleep for a few hours, and sometimes it helps at least lessen it a little bit. Sometimes it's really, really bad, but it is what it is. Yeah, Trump is so rich, he gets some hot, fresh fries. You're right. So unfair. Yeah, me too. I want them made the same way. I want fresh, hot fries. Me neither. I don't even think. I mean, I stopped when I used to be out. When I used to go out and stuff, I'd stop at McDonald's and just get a Coke because they're $1 for, well, like you can get whatever size you want for $1. But I don't know. I can't even remember the last time I ate at McDonald's. Yep. Guys want to hear something sweet? What? Why did I just now realize you meant a hangover headache? My mom washed the dinner dishes for me. Aw, what a sweetie pie. Well, tell her thank you from us. Now you get to hang out with us longer. Yeah, I know they're not $1 anymore. They normally are in the summer for a little while. All right, let's.
And as far as the
cross
temperature
and be
change
talking.
that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt, and it was significantly warmer compared to the 18 degrees the night of the incident.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items Mr. O'Keefe were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. O'Keefe's baseball cap.
And in addition to yourself, Trooper Proctor and Trooper DeChico, who, if anyone else, did you notify, who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your life?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other
Like that means
shards of
anything.
colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some photographs, a series of them, but I'm going to break them up a little bit just to make it
Okay, sir.
hopefully quicker. Did you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs documenting
Oh,
the items
I
located at
forgot.
34
You know
Fairview
what?
Road on the grass
I set my
as the snow
phone
receded
down
through the melting
where I
temperatures
can check my thing.
that
Hold
were
on,
revealed
Dodo.
to be positioned in the grass.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce the witness next.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Good. Aw. Oh my God, Dodo!
And sorry, do you recognize what's up on the screen? What's
Dodo, you didn't.
I do.
If you could, for orientation purposes, describe to the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are on.
You're gonna.
As standing on the street of Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch.
Dodo. Katie sent me I'm sorry, Jeannie sent me $25. The other day, Katie sent me $25. Dodo sent me $100. You guys are so amazing. I love you guys. Like, I couldn't ask for better people to hang out with all day. Like, oh, I'm sorry. You guys are amazing. I can't express enough how much I enjoy my days. You guys make my days so much better. And I'll be honest, you guys know I was in a bad place after I lost my mom. And I found a wonderful community full of wonderful people. And you guys are awesome. I love you.
Which box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
Oh, hold on. I just saw your comment, Jeannie. Hold on. Jeannie says, I know this is off topic, but I forgot to mention to you yesterday, Miss Scarlett, that I believe Brian Albert never answered the door or came outside that morning to help John because his face may have swelled. Oh, I never thought about that. I love you guys too. I really do. You guys, you have no idea. Okay, I will keep it to myself next time. I'm sorry. I don't know what you guys like to, if you guys want me to shout it out, not just let me know. You guys I just want you to know, even if you, I get what it's like to not even have really an extra dollar to send to people. So the fact that you guys just sit here and hang out with me and have some laughs, and you have no idea that how much it means to me. So I just want you guys to know that. But anyway, back to Jeannie Lynn. Like, it totally could be. I mean, I don't know who. I'm trying to think, like, who saw Brian Albert first thing in the morning besides, like, McCabe and that officer Link. And that's it. I don't even know when the officers went in the house, I don't even know who actually saw Brian Albert right now, because like their stories are, with they sent Jen in the house, and then we had an interview in the kitchen, but then they had an interview at the McCabe's house. Like, I'm so confused as to who even saw who that morning, according to them. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Aw, we love you. Aww. Just know we love you, and we know you are the sweetest. You guys have no idea. Like, I never imagined that I would meet you guys like this and just have a cool group of people to hang out with. And you guys, I'm not used to compliments. Like, it's amazing. I need to be monetized. I need 500. I am at 150 something, but Mary B is coming on Sunday night, and Erica Walsh has agreed to come on. So I'm assuming that if I'm lucky, having those two on in the next week, and Baker also agreed to be on, and Baker has, rouletted people over here, which is how I even got over 100, was because of Baker. I mean, I wouldn't even be over 100 if it wasn't for Baker. He made me cry. That's why he says he made me cry a couple times. That was the first time he made me cry, when he got me over 100. And he got me from 67 to, because I was at 67, and then the first two got me to 69, and it was a joke, because he's like, way to ruin a good joke, because he's like, oh, she's at 69 subscribers, and like within minutes I was at 120. It was, that's what I'm saying. Everybody, you guys are awesome. Okay. Oh, Dodo, thank you, sweetie. I'll see you soon. I'll see you in the chats, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I love Scarlett. She's the sweetest ever. You guys are the sweetest ever. You just have no idea. I mean, I wish I could explain. One day maybe I'll have a get to know me better chat where I can tell you some few things. And it'll be when I have members and I can do a members only live. I'll save it for that. Yes. I mean, you guys, everybody. I mean, just the fact that I'm sorry with the leaky eyes. I'm sorry. I can't help it. You guys know I'm a crier. I'm a talker too, but I'm a crier. But yeah, I mean, just say you guys are generous with your time. You guys sit here and with me and have fun and talk serious shit and laugh and go back and forth. And I mean, it's just amazing. Now, so we all got something in our eyes. Yeah, definitely. I can't wait. Oh, please remember me when you're all fancy and famous. Whatever. I will know who my original peeps are. Trust me. I'm a talker, a crier, and a hugger. Oh, stop it, Terry. Yes, I'm a crybaby, okay? If you can't deal with it, too bad. I know, Moni. I'm so excited. We need to get together. You, me, and Katie need to like do lunch, coffee, breakfast, whatever. I cannot wait. Yes, you are my OGs. Aren't we all? Those darn allergies, damn it. Huh? Where did you come from? Carrie's been lurking. Sorry. All right. I want to see this cross so bad. Let's go.
From a natural melting process, or is that from some tools that you and the other troops brought to assist you in your secondary search?
The reason that grass was exposed is due to processing of the scene and having the snow being moved away from the location, and then natural melting process taking place on top of it. As you can tell, other portions of the yard is covered in snow, and the snow has not, the grass has not revealed itself just yet.
Now, as far as the photographs of various items that were located on this date, February 3rd, the photographs that were they taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow, no longer concealing those items underneath.
Earlier, I just didn't know if you left or not. Some people just lurk.
Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 470.
I do.
Or do chores or work.
That is a clear black and red piece of
which
plastic.
I totally appreciate.
This gentleman, if I can have photograph 7.
Oh, yep, Terry's a lurker.
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's now on the
A
screen?
hugger, a crier, a talker.
Yes, that is another piece of plastic.
And sort of towards the top middle of the screen, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that's a fire hydrant from 34 Fairview Road, grass area.
Because somebody keeps eating it all.
74. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is that a close-up image of what was depicted in the fire exhibit?
Yes, it is.
See, you guys make me laugh all the time. I love it.
672. And sir, do you recognize what's on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 476?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Another piece of red taillight plastic.
Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, depicted in what's now marked as Exhibit 477?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is the fire hydrant and the telephone switch box located on the edge of the property line at 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the photographs that I had just placed before you, having had a chance to review those,
I have.
did you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
The property at 34 Fairview Road, left corner towards the street, capturing the
You
flagpole
can
and the telephone
always
switch box.
find me in the smaller chat. Chanel chat. Fast chat. Sorry, yeah, for me. I do the same thing. I can't chat in the ones that fly by. It drives me nuts. It drives my eyes nuts.
A red piece of plastic.
Chanel or channel? I'll take the Chanel though.
Can you use the pointer to show us where that is, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I'm just going 7682. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen is now been marked as Exhibit 482?
I do.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, 7682. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 482?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
A red piece of plastic.
Is that the same piece of plastic that poster image from the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now marked as Exhibit 484?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A white clear piece of plastic and a red piece of plastic.
And lastly, from this, sir, Ms. Gilman, if I get a 7687. Sir, again, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 487.
I do.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the photos before you, have you had a chance to review that set of pens as well?
Not this one yet, not yet.
If you could, please. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Items that were located in the street, being the black cocktail drinking straw, and then
Please
black
tell
pieces of
me
plastic,
that's
molding plastic.
$7 and $10, not $700 and $1,000. Holy shit! Is it because their insurance won't pay for them? Oh my God. Terry, I am so sorry. I've dealt with that before, especially before I got my medication pump. Like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's covered? What the fuck costs that much money? Covered. Don't you have a maximum copay out of pocket or deductible? I told my wife to call him. I know, right? It takes me a long time to figure out their real name until I see a bunch like Zach. It took me a long time in Baker's chat to realize that his name was Zach. I never knew who they were talking to because it's not the same until you like, oh, that's who they're talking to. Because I have a temper from hell. Yeah. When I'm on the phone, this is what I did with when I was on the phone with the freaking customer service from my mobile company. I screamed at like 5 different people over the last couple weeks, dealing with them, trying to get my money back. Oh my God. I have a really bad temper when they can't see me in person. Really bad. Especially when they piss me off like that. Yeah, that's insane. No deductible, but it's over $2,000 out of pocket. Oh, that's just craziness. Oh, that's right. I saw that earlier. Who's this troll? So I know who it is. Do you know the handle of it? Terry, I'm gonna be sending you good vibes and prayers that somehow it works out where you don't have to pay nearly any of that. Somehow, some way, you're gonna get your medication. What? My Siri just went off? Okay. Shut up, Siri. She's like, would you try again? I'm like, okay. Because I have her set to an English accent. Oh my God. That's probably something I would say to them. Seriously, Terry. That's how pissed off I get at those kind of people on the phone. Because they don't give a shit. Yo, yeah, it's the new year. Duh. It's like Prince of Wales, I think. Okay, gotcha. Just a different spelling of the Wales. Was he being an ass or just being funny? Kind of like Zach. Sarah sets off Siri all the time. You have COPD, osteoporosis, and rheumatoid arthritis. Oh my God, Terry. My heart goes out to you. My mom had rheumatoid arthritis, and I have osteoarthritis, which is why I have 2 fake hips already. I had my fake hips at 36 and 37. Wow. Yeah, my mom, for her multiple sclerosis and RA, she had a heart condition. She had diabetes, although she did come off the metformin years ago. But between her MS, her heart meds, her thyroid, because she also had thyroid issue, hypothyroidism. She had RA. She had I'm trying to think. All I know is she took about 12 pills all at once. I don't know how. I'm like, it took me until I was in my 20s before I could even swallow a pill without gagging it up. I had a really, really bad gag reflex. I couldn't even swallow a Sudafed, which is like, or an Actifed. Back they don't make Actifed anymore, but back then they used to make it's Actifed, and that thing was like a pin drop. It was so tiny, but I couldn't swallow pills. Couldn't do it. My mom would shove all 12 of them in one of those not metformin. Which one was, her potassium. She had to take potassium every day. And those potassium pills, if anyone's ever taken them, they're freaking gigantic. They're horse pills. And she had to take, I think it was 12 or 13 pills. She'd take them all at once. And 2 of those 12, 13 pills were potassium, 2 horse pills. And she'd swallow all of them all at once. Like it was no big deal. Like, I don't know how people do that. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that job, Malin. Sorry. So Jesus, Terry. Andy's a man. Okay, I got to remember that so I don't call him doll. I don't think Terry minds being called doll. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that, Terry. Yeah, Moni says sorry. All the medical stuff and the insurance stuff, it sucks. The beginning of the year is always the worst for insurance shit, man. I tell you. Having to start over with your deductibles is bullshit, especially when you try to save money on your monthly plan, and you take a higher deductible. Like, it's just terrible. When I had to go through some pretty severe treatment a few years back, and my deductible was like, it was a lot. It was thousands and thousands of dollars, and the medication that I needed, like the full amount of the medication I needed was like, I think it was like, it was over $10,000. And so I had to get a loan and pay like my whole deductible up front. It was insane. No, you're not the only one thinking dirty jokes. I'm just trying to keep my mind out of the gutter. While I was working with Blue Cross, it didn't cost me anything. Then after I stopped working, I went on Medicaid and there was no cost. But Medicare, yeah, really fucked me up. Yeah, Medicaid, if you can get on Medicaid and Medicare, that would really help you. Now, I know there's like a lot of stipulations to be able to have both. But if you haven't tried to get Medicaid, please do. Because you can even help, even if it helps a little bit. Every little bit helps. My mind lives in the gutter. Mine does too. Oh, you guys. Scarlett can't swallow too much at once. Thanks. Thanks for sharing. I was trying to avoid that joke after knowing what I said, and you guys went there anyways. Terry, I'm so sorry. You were working out with Skip today, and his mod made a spicy comment, and I was like, finally, we are letting loose here. You make too much for the Medicaid? Damn, sorry. Yeah, that's always the catch-22, If you make too much, you can't have it. If you don't make enough, it's like, then what, then you can't have anything else in life. It's so wrong. Our country healthcare system is so backwards. Yeah, once you're on Medicare, and it also depends on your age, they force you to do like the Medicare plan. That's how my mom was. My mom tried so hard to get Medicare or Medicaid while she had her Medicare, because she was on disability too, because of her MS and that. She had been on disability since 1980s. So But she finally, in the last 2 years, when they finally changed like the, what is it, the I forget the cost of living, that they reevaluate the cost of living every year when you're on disability and Medicare and stuff like that. She finally qualified for Medicaid too, the last like 2 years, but it only covered, like, it didn't help a lot. Like it was like $80 a month or something like that. It was really stupid, but and like I said, every little bit helps at some point. Oh my God. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. The cost of living increase screws you sometimes. It's like, don't give me the increase then. Such bullshit. Okay, damn. All I was trying to do was get Scarlett to quit crying, and it turned into this. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, your generator just kicked on? You just lost power? Oh, no, shit. Don't say that, Monty Sunshine, because that means I don't want to lose power again. It's already twice today. But I'm glad you have a generator. I don't have one of those. So please cross your fingers that mine doesn't. Do you like the Generac? Is misspelling? Yeah. I bought 2 generators, gas powered, and we use them, but I always wondered if I could get solar with the oh, that's what it is. Generac. Oh, I thought it was just a misspelling. See, I misspell and click the wrong thing, and autocorrect hates me so much. I'm just so used to things being misspelled. My insurance agent told me to apply for drug help, so I did, and my wife qualified, and I didn't. Wow. See, now that's some bullshit. Yeah, and how can you fight the man when you feel like shit? Don't get me started on the state of our doctors and medicine. Oh yeah. Yeah. That you don't want to get me started either. I mean, I've talked a little bit about this, about the years I went through being treated like shit by doctors who just didn't care, didn't want to listen to me, didn't want to look at my history and do the right testing and realize what was wrong with me. They just saw somebody who was telling them how much pain they were in. They saw that I was taking pain medication, just automatically assumed I must be a drug seeker. And the worst thing is, I never went in those appointments asking for medication. I wanted to know what was wrong. I needed help. I wanted to figure out if there was a way to fix why I was in so much pain. Well, there you go. At least all her meds are free, right? Oh, boy. All right. Terry, mission accomplished. I'm not crying anymore. We're going to watch
And clear pieces and molding from taillight.
Terry,
Yes.
hopefully Lally will shut up
Any
here
objection, Mr. Jackson?
momentarily.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the wide shot of the drinking straw being found on the edge of the roadway in front of 34 Ferry Road.
Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct your attention to where you observed that straw. Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
It's a close-up view of the same straw.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 492.
I do.
And what are we looking at in 492?
Piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler that's provided for comparison and by the crime scene photographer to document the item.
For the record, this is now Exhibit 494. Sergeant, what are we looking at in 494?
It's the same item from just prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail, the black molding, the clear clear plastic and red plastic.
For the record, this is now Exhibit 498. Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at a red piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler on the edge of the grass on the property at 34 Ferry Road by the road.
And if you could, sir, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that item being in this photograph.
Right there.
And for the record, this is Exhibit 502. And Sergeant, if you could, again, describe to the jury what, if anything, of significance you know in there.
It's a shard of red plastic next to a measuring ruler.
The record, this is now exhibit 504. Again, Sergeant, if you could, using a laser pointer, direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you know in this area.
There is a black piece of plastic molding next to a measuring ruler.
Again, for the record, this is exhibit 508. Again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you know in this.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to that new set of photos before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that those photographs to contain?
They contain small red pieces of plastic from 34 Fairview Road on the grass area where we located the others. Also contain a flimsy piece of
See, Terry, you got me to
circular,
stop
very
crying,
malleable
and I want-
plastic,
We're
clear
going to
plastic.
help you laugh,
in addition to that.
Can I approach Ron?
Yes.
or at least smile.
No objection.
We're about to watch
This is now
the
exhibit 511.
master.
Sergeant, direct your attention to
cross-examine
the page, where you
Bukake.
direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
That is the thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, lastly, Sergeant, there's that set of photos that I just placed before you. Yeah, you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are items. Those are items recovered in the
There
lawn at 34 Fairview Road. Those items are a shard of glass, a BPD baseball hat with an American flag, and stains of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you in the next 16 minutes. Sorry, no objection. For the record, this is now exhibit 520. And again, Sergeant, if you could direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
I observed a shard of glass next to a measuring ruler.
For the record, this is exhibit 522. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe the jury what we're looking at.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
For the record, this is exhibit 526. And Sergeant, from this photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022. As the shovel works its way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. O'Keefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Now, as far as this photograph is concerned, does that accurately depict the depth of the snow that you were digging into and sifting through on the morning of February 3rd?
It does.
And that, again, is several days after the blizzard of January 29th, correct?
That is correct.
For the record, this is exhibit 530. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at Mr. O'Keefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated around it.
Thank you very much. Sergeant, on February 3rd, 2022, is that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And with respect, if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on the 3rd, I directed the troopers in my office, who obviously reside in the communities around us, to make a point to travel by that location every day on the way to work and every day on the way home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as the snow naturally melts away and items could present themselves. So on the February 4th, as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was Ken police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed due to the melting snow, and that I should come
Yeah,
collect those items.
later.
I was down the street,
5 days
I
later.
arrived and collected the item that
Bullshit.
presented itself.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected, and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex gloves to prevent any transfer of evidence from fingerprints to DNA onto those items. Then those items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the evidence lockers at the office.
In each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you seize on that particular day?
We seized more shards of glass and plastic.
And if you know, or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory is exhausted to that, but the exact numbers annotated on the bags that the items were placed into.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you documents, just ask you to look at that section and look up the information. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, is your memory refreshed as to how many items or what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and
Oh,
glass.
you remember that count?
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
Yes.
Now, as far as your direction or having, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, were you alone on those dates? Were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item. On the other days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the items that were recovered when you were there on February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you for today?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm sending you with the box. First, just ask if you recognize that box.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the box storing items logged into evidence as they relate to this case.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may the sergeant open the box?
Yes.
Yep.
Now, first, Sergeant, with regard to the items as far as plastic and or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, if you could locate those items. And Sergeant, with respect to each of those bags, they contain items of evidentiary value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered on February 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, how many bags in total do you have there for you?
I have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic, and a steering straw, a broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Your Honor, Commonwealth to seek to introduce in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
Objection.
Okay.
No particular order. Your Honor, with respect to what's now marked as Exhibit 537, with court's permission, may the sergeant remove that item, the hat from the bag and display to the jury.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. You can place that back in the bag. And Sergeant, from your observations of Mr. O'Keefe on surveillance video from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall on January 29th, what any similarities did you observe between the hat, which you just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road, and the hat Mr. O'Keefe is wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
Oh, Terry.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the box of other items, if you could remove what, if any, items you recovered and seized from 34 Fairview Road on February 4th.
I hope that you do the best that you can. And our
Again, sir, just for the
thoughts
record,
and
what's
prayers
contained
are
within
with
that bag
you,
on
hon.
February 4th?
Contained within the bag is a piece of red, hard plastic taillight cover.
Your Honor, Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Objection.
Thank you.
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2020. And Sergeant, with respect to those 2 bags of items, if you
I
could,
agree,
just
Jeannie.
inform the
I
jury what
really
is
want
contained
to
within those bags.
see some other like
Bag labeled item number 10
video and
contains
that of
6
that
pieces of
too.
red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your Honor, Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
That's right. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Moving on from that, if I could bring you back just one last time to bring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that there was no video that you observed of the defendant, Mr. Cave, and Ms. Roberts looking at the passenger side taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the defendant, Mr. Cave, and Ms. Roberts actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Aw, you're talking about your
Now, as
attitude.
far
on
as
the
the
phone.
videos
Oh,
that
gotcha.
we're not, as far as the defendant, Mr. Cave, and Ms. Roberts.
Well, either
leaving, the next
way,
video,
our
depicted
thoughts
Mr.
and prayers
Camarano
are
arriving at
still
the
with
residence
you,
to pick up,
having to
Ms.
deal with those
Roberts, correct?
ignorant people on the phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Trust me,
And
I get
with
it.
regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camarano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if any, one from your office was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did
course
Mr.
he
Higgins provide you
was.
with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebrate extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John O'Keefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that, folks.
Now, also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that day?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview with Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Albert was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those two residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview with Nicole Albert?
In the room with us.
I agree
seated
that
next to her.
makes total sense,
Now,
Jeannie.
with reference to
I never
asked
even
Mr.
thought
Gordon
about
the
that.
interview process, as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe to the jury, starting with sort of how many people from your unit are present for a given interview.
Yeah,
and how
no
those-
one has home phones anymore to
We
do that, right?
Conduct interviews always in pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be
Make
conducted.
a
Thus,
cappuccino,
we had to
Katie.
utilize only troopers from our office in order to conduct those interviews.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a
I
minimum
can tell
to
you
conduct a
guys,
full
if
interview.
you're like me and can't stand the freaking AI people or the AI when you call customer service nowadays, there is a little trick. Okay. Now, you don't repeat this to anyone. If you swear really bad, you say fuck, or give me somebody on the fucking phone, or just say fuck, 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 they will transfer you to an agent because their AI is listening to you and they don't want you already pissed off. They want to please you, even though they know that stupid AI answering your call pisses everybody off. But if you swear, and I'm not saying it works every time, but it has worked many times for me. They want to get you on the phone with someone as quickly as possible. So that when you leave them the review, you know how they always say, well, after the phone call, can you please take a survey for me? Did I help you today with everything you needed? Yeah. Thank you for what? That was the point. It was supposed to be funny. Yep. If you curse, yep. They do. They'll put you in touch with the person faster than if you just sit there and answer. You know how if you don't answer the person, you just say, I want to speak to an agent. And they're like, well, if you tell me what you're calling for, I can get you to the proper place. And then you say something and they're like, well, can you answer this? Can you tell me a little bit more about your problem so I can get you to the correct agent? And you just say, fuck. And they'll be like, okay, let me transfer you to a live agent. Hold, please. Yeah. Yes. And after all that swearing, I'm sorry, Terry, we are all praying that you get the medication you need. I cussed at my Microsoft Pilot and it blocked me. Well, I'm not talking about like Chat GPT and isn't that Microsoft Pilot? Isn't that I'm talking about the stupid AI customer service people. Because if Chloe attacked, which we all know she did, then she definitely got a hold of his shoes when he was down. Yeah, definitely, Jeannie. Like I said, I didn't know much about the shoe issue. I never saw this, obviously, the first trial. I pretend I'm watching sports just in case I ever have to go to court. Police dogs are trained to go for the legs and feet and arms. Yeah. I did know that. Because it's what gets in their foot and their mouth easiest, so they can latch on and not let go. Because I know I shouldn't curse. I do too, but I curse all the time. I can't help it. That's how I release my frustration. I don't know about that. I only talk to real people. Oh, you're lucky enough to call customer service and get real people to answer the very first call, the very first time. You don't get the thank you for calling. Please say 1 if you'd like this department. Please say 2 if you'd like this department. And then you say, okay, 2. And they're like, thank you for calling this department. If you need help with this, say 1. If you need help with this, say 2. Like, oh my God. Yeah, I know. I said it live, Jeannie. I get it. That was the point. It was supposed to be funny. That doesn't work anymore, Maylin. I'm going to tell you right now. I know 2 places in particular. If you keep hitting 0, it'll just hang up on you. They've learned that trick.
With a witness in detail.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that date, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Does that contain an audio recording, the best of your knowledge? Does that contain an audio recording of a portion of your conversation with Ms. Reed on June 9th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm about to speak and introduce the minutes.
All right. No objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, before we play this, again, please be mindful of the instruction from yesterday. So you're about to hear statements allegedly made by the defendant, allegedly concerning the crimes with which she's charged in this case. Before you can consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether the statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or any questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding
You must be behind
circumstances.
a little bit, I think.
With the court's permission, may we
That's
publish
okay,
that
though.
picture at this time?
Yes, do you want to turn off the air conditioning? Is this very short, right?
It is very short, and if we
I'm
could.
glad I can make you guys laugh too. You guys make me laugh all the time.
We're all on the same joke, right? My tail is correct and John is polarized.
Sergeant, on hearing that statement from the defendant, what was your reaction?
Objection.
Sustained.
On hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the defendant not to further speak.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Oh, of course you will.
Now, at some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's tail?
Yes, I was.
And specifically DNA findings?
Yes.
And specifically that there were...
Objection.
Sustained. Yes. You can turn the air conditioning.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, on January 16th, 2024, at some point in that day, did you meet with a Sergeant Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
I did.
And who, if anyone else, well, let me ask you this, as far as any other troopers from your office, who, if anyone else, was there with yourself and Sergeant Gallerani?
Trooper Mike Proctor.
And what was the purpose of your meeting with Sergeant Gallerani and Trooper Proctor on that one?
Collection of our DNA.
And was that something that you did voluntarily?
Yes.
And how was it that the sergeant collected your DNA?
Through a buccal swab.
No.
And were you present
Right.
when Trooper
Ow,
Proctor
ow,
submitted to a buccal swab as well?
Yes, I was.
And then as far as the swabbings that were taken from both yourself and Trooper Proctor, were those logged in evidence by you, or did Sergeant Gallerani take them with
Yeah,
you?
this is a hard.
Sergeant
one to
Gallerani took him with
do.
when he left.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. No, I have no further questions.
Little
Okay.
one snapping
Cross-examination?
in half. Oh, yay! We're finally.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I'm going to start with
Woohoo!
one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally, and that's specific to the ring video
Cross.
that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Bukhenik, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on. Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with video recordings for all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah,
Take a look.
unfortunately, those
That
kind of
paragraph.
breaks, those big breaks, that's why so many people, like the elderly, when they break their hip, they do fine until something like that happens, and then they just go downhill. I'm so sorry. Oh, you just typed it. I gotcha. Sorry, Jeannie. I didn't know. I was just like, okay, I was already playing the testimony. I just wondered if you were behind, but you're awesome. I love you guys. I'm so glad I could help you guys laugh just like you guys helped me laugh. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is I'm normally behind too in typing my comments because I normally have to fix the autocorrect 100 times, then delete it because then the autocorrect is completely wrong, and then I'm typing wrong, and then I just start over, and by the time I'm ready to like hit send, 1,000 comments have gone by, and then I was like, I just delete the whole thing because it doesn't make any sense anymore.
Paragraph down in the middle of the page, and review that to yourself and let me know when you're finished. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the 3 items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with the search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I'm not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not. Sergeant
He
Bukhenik.
called
Buchanan.
him Trooper
How is it?
Proctor.
I'll give you a shot.
That's fine.
Bukhenik?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
If I screw it up again, please.
Yeah, me too. That's why I don't
On January
chat in the
29th,
busy
you were
chat.
notified about a Boston police
Even
officer
in the
found
slow
gravely injured
chat.
outside the
Even
home
in
of 34 Fairview
Baker's chat
at about
sometimes when
6:40 in
it's
the morning. Is
slow
that your testimony?
during
That is
the
not.
trials and
What time were
stuff
you notified?
By the
I was not
time
notified it was a Boston
actually
police
get my
officer.
thing
So you didn't have that
typed
information
out
upon the first
correctly, it doesn't
did not.
make any
Okay, what
sense
information did you have?
anymore.
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was in fact a sworn Boston police officer?
Well, nice big sigh there.
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I think it was during that day or the following day.
It was most likely that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
Yes, we do.
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from
That's why we get
7
along
a.m.
so well.
on January
here.
28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation until there was a need for the investigation, right? That's all I'm getting to. I mean, once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know them.
Sergeant, you hadn't even met my
Yeah.
client at that point. You hadn't
I
interviewed a single
can't
witness
believe
by
he
10:41 in the
said
morning,
that.
correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay,
Not
when I say
you.
witness, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person at 34 Fairview or associated civilians associated with this incident, correct?
At that point, no civilians have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
Oh,
Yes.
I'd like
you
to
don't remember that,
Take a look at this
Bukake?
document,
Are
if you
you
wouldn't mind.
fucking kidding me?
pay special attention to the second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink. Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from.
Um,
I'm asking you if the document
Yeah.
says Trooper Yuri Bukhenik called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you
what?
say, did you
Excuse
call back
me?
to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face?
So
with a
he's
cocktail
saying
glass?
Good Samaritan is
Did you ever contact
lying?
anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so when I was asking you if you ever said it to Good Sam, you said, no, that's not true. That's never happened. You were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not Good Sam.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in fact, at 10:41 a.m., indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility, you indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations developed, we followed the evidence and statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
And prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right? Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours
That's correct.
or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a cop-out question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well, I'll ask the question. If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge, nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night, on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not know.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview.
No, they did not.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
They were not. He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived. No.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone in the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags.
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You've been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, the lead, he would have backed those items up and been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they need to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach to the courts, right? There's a couple minutes.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
This is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second, but just for familiarity's sake, do you recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday?
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has 438 on it. May I approach quickly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about it flooding up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that? 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437. Okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting processing, yes.
But you didn't personally do that.
No, I did not know.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as exhibit 430, how many? 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of handwriting on it, yes.
And that, whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting?
Maylin,
Yes, correct.
sometimes Maylin just
Not 1,000
listens
times, but-
because she works,
Look at
she's
his right.
working on our house a lot.
It says
Maylin,
Trooper Proctor on it, but
GPS
other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that up, that item, or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129
Right.
at 10
And it says Brockton,
Busters.
correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton. Yes,
That was, you just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
that's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag in handwriting?
This, I'm sorry. Can you be specific as to description of what or
Where it says description of items.
description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says 1 orange T-shirt, 1 gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So may I approach you on it?
Yes.
Before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less sprinkled?
Number 437.
Yes, if you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange T-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag. Yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one that bagged Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, the white tag that's on that bag indicates that indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up.
I'm
I
sorry,
didn't take note of that.
my fault.
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yep.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right. And that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that is moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedure as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, is Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about the physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I can write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes,
Or at least it should be, correct?
it's documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
Maybe we
documented in the
should have
report.
made him the
Where's the
grumpy
log?
cat with steam out of his ears, but don't
I do
worry.
not know.
I'm working on a
I want to talk a little bit about some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th. Very specifically.
pick of the day
Both
before
of those searches you were involved with out at 34th
this is
Fairview, correct?
over.
Correct.
Bear
But,
with me.
Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34th Fairview on either of those 2 dates. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that now.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did-
Poster photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those two searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes,
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of plastic
yes.
and stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak like a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation. Yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't?
They don't know how to
conduct interviews,
answer yes or
evidence,
no.
Store evidence, right? Search
They
warrants.
have to give themselves
Give
you
terms
know.
on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches. They can do all that and not conduct interviews.
a
My understanding was they were
reason
recusing themselves from conducting
for their
interviews. They still
answer,
allowed us
and then
to
they
use the
don't even
facilities.
answer
We utilized their
damn
conference room to
question.
conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally Port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family, on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found? That was the conflict, right?
I knew that was the connection between them. Yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing, from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wording. I'll try again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was
Oh,
at
you
34
did?
Fairview
Okay, great.
looking for
Let me
evidence?
open it.
The way you posed the
My-
question,
my
I did not find it
ChatGPT is
suspicious at all.
working
He's the
on
chief of
mine right
the
now.
police in the town where he
He
works,
sent me
and
one.
he's driving down the
Sweet.
street. I mean,
I'll
that's not
share it.
suspicious.
Hold on.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
You certainly knew, as a supervisor over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
You
The Chief
see what
Berkowitz
my
disclosed to you that morning on February 4th
ChatGPT
that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses, on your case that morning.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
If you knew information about communication
Oh, good.
between and among Canton PD and your witnesses.
Hold on,
you would
Jimmy,
find
I
that
gotta
appropriate.
open yours
Objection.
now.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you say.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How'd you end up there? Is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believe at this point,
Yeah,
sir,
and
that
it just
whatever you might
randomly
collect
appeared on
obviously
so many different days, okay? Don't believe that. for a
Anything we collected
second.
that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
It was a-
So my question is, was,
Oh,
especially
cute.
as it relates
Hold on,
to
I gotta email
February
this
10th,
to me,
where there were
too.
multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually
Can I share it,
either
Jeannie?
mark GPS coordinates for measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found, and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question. What is vicinity?
In the area.
Okay, what does area mean?
It's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, if we do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass. It's the
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Yes.
That's correct. Yes,
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
that's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow, adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So these shards of glass, the point I'm asking is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object, like for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant, 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points? That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct.
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they
Okay.
were within the same vicinity of.
We're gonna pause Lion Bukake here because I have a couple pictures to share. Jeannie made this one for me, or for us. It says exactly what I think. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for some taillight today. And wait till you get to see this one. ChatGPT makes my day. I can't. I'm sorry. You freaking think of Emily. She's so pissed off. Oh my god. Oh my god. My chat GPT just gets me. Yeah, I'm on the free chat GPT right now because I can't afford the monthly. I already paying for a StreamYard and Canva and YouTube. But when I do get to pay for the chat GPT monthly, so I can do more than 3 pics a day, because with the free you can only do 3 pics a day, and the AI is like 3 seconds long. So when I get the pay stuff and I can make longer stuff like that, oh, it'll be so much fun. Can you imagine Bev's hair kinking up? I'm sitting next to him. Oh my god. She'd be like, we need to take a break. I not only need a White Claw, I need to brush my hair and get a straightener and put some, conditioner in this shit. I can imagine just sticking up, just frizzing out to every which way. Like she stuck her finger in a light socket from all that steam. like a perfect pig. I can't. Okay. All right. That was, yes, demanding a White Claw break. Oh my God. All right. Back to seriousness. I'm sorry. It's just perfect.
Where the other items were collected.
But again, now we're back to the same
Oh
question.
my God.
Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you recover these items, or any other items, it's obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer.
With course permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for us.
Okay.
You're looking at a photograph of what was previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence bag with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just a portion of the right. Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Should make it easier. Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at
I
the
will
evidence bag,
keep
has-
it very
the
close.
information on it has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you.
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting,
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
but it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never going into any evidence until March 14th, the date they were submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 3430 on that, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity
Really
location of
sit
the other
your
items
ass
collected and
down.
documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second. Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item. Based on the documentation that you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint for the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it
Keep
differently.
possession of those items for those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I answer.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Ms. Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday under questioning by Mr. Lally that Ms. Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court
You
permission,
get that
maybe
out, huh?
play that video one more time. So you can pull that up and then you can ask me to pause it and get out of the way. Okay. Okay. Can you just play that for a quick second and then I'll ask you to pause it. Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the the left rear tire of the Traverse. I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed, and when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause and ask you another question. Can you go ahead and play this?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
So why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
Go ahead and enlarge that, the rear area of the traverse. And I'm asking you to pay special attention to that wheel and any movement that you may or may not see. Okay, pause it. Okay, in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the wheel. Go ahead. We can have the lights on. And you can take that down. Sergeant, were you able to see that video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world, but were you able to see that video okay?
Yes, I
What did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
What would you assess based on the movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my time wisely, Your Honor. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
In fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two, where you slip. You remember that one?
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping,
Fair enough. I didn't mean anything by that other than that was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton PD to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sallyport? You yourself?
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video,
Okay.
but it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect the video that was sought on about April 23rd or 24th this year? And just a few weeks ago?
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year. No.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No,
When had you seen that video previously?
a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
Did you ever have any kind of communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes,
When was that?
it was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed? Generally,
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Sending?
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You have seen that one before,
Yes,
and that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
that is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video that you, all videos,
Yes,
everything that you saw yesterday is true. and
I'm
accurate,
more than
correct?
surprised. He's
Based
a
on your memory of the
creeper.
events that were memorialized in the video.
The video captures events taking place in
And
inaccurate fashion.
after
Yes.
In an accurate
knowing
fashion.
that
That's
he
what I wanted to
was
find out.
blowing kisses at Karen Reed.
And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video
shit,
show
like,
you
I
or
don't
Trooper
know.
Proctor having access to or messing with in any way
That's
that right
insane.
rear tail light in any fashion? And you said never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle. And I said never. We never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the video, right? Right, rear taillight.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind.
YouTube does
may I
that
inquire
to
Your Honor
me
of the
on
witness
Baker's
display
thing a
foundation.
lot. I
Sir, do you
hate that.
recognize this as being the video that you saw yesterday?
It does look
Frustrating when it does shit like
accurate.
that.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Mr. Bates, if you can play that. And I should runtime 120. Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
Hey, Scott. Scott has all the answers when it comes to computers. Very good at it.
Yes. With court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why
Inverted.
it is inverted, but that's the way it was
No big
presented,
deal
collected and
that
presented
you're
from Canton
not
Police.
actually
You see a
looking
timestamp
at
or a
the
time and date
correct
stamp on the bottom,
side
that's in blue.
where the taillight
I cannot
is.
know.
Does it appear?
Oh
that time and date
my
stamp,
fucking
you can't
God.
read every letter on it, that that is in correct order. In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it now.
All right, let's go and play this for a second.
I can't believe he just said that.
Who's that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle. We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
Yeah, you didn't touch it.
I
but
missed it. I was
you
looking
just
down at the
stood
laser
by
pointer.
that taillight for
I do
a
not know.
wildly
I know
long time.
for a fact, I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
That was playing. I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking. Stop. Do it from that. And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle. I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Who's the person in that in the video to the left, to the rear of the car, is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that. No.
So, let's go ahead and play it this way. Do you see the person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the SUV?
I do.
What area does he appear to go into?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Bukhenik, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and you didn't once mention that it was
Your observations of what was happening in
inverted.
that Sally Port that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspective that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your question by Mr. Lau, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's
I do
correct.
too.
If I
I'm
hadn't gotten
gonna
up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Oh my God.
The person with the winter cap
Don't remind
appears
me
to
of
walk
those
directly
stupid-
to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of his car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is.
Pause it. I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person in real life, near the right rear tail light of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there hovering around you, correct?
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it? Sergeant?
Okay,
Does that look like
Bukake.
he's in close proximity to the right rear tail
No,
light?
you're making
I
yourself
said, I
look
can't
even
tell how far
worse,
away he is
you
from the vehicle.
moron.
It's right there, sir. You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear tail light?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. Do you see him move? Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it
Objection.
does.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it up because there's one other
We took
issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. We back it up maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't play yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I put the screen on this? Can you see? the
Okay,
timestamp
Jeannie, you'll
at
see you
5:37
back.
and 37 seconds PM. Can you see that?
Oh,
on your-
okay,
No, I
Raylan.
cannot.
Me neither.
Have a great
Right,
night. Thank you.
Let's play for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts. It did appear as if a person was actually in. There was two people back there, and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
The timestamp jumped to 5:38:01, correct?
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of that video that was deleted, or it's missing, not deleted, just missing.
Objection.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening. with
You
the video.
can't tell that time is missing?
If you
Are
take
you-
a close look, there's a classic
Oh my God.
police car in that Sally Moore, correct?
My blood's
There's an
starting to
antique
boil
vehicle. Yes,
over.
yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle,
Oh my God.
see the word police,
Yes, I believe I can read that. Yes,
and it's backward, correct?
it is mirrored. Correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way. Yes.
If we were to fast forward at 5:42, another 20 seconds. There you go. Can we just play at this point? No. You get one pause. Pause it. You see the Southport garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage? Is
I do.
that correct?
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? How do you make it for?
No, the number's in the mirror image. Yes.
I just wanted to make a point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's not backwards. It's mirrored, reversed. You can look yourself in the mirror
Which
in the
is
morning. You still see your own
backwards.
face. It's not backwards.
But my mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My
Check.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
Oh my God.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I keep running, thank you. I would like to mark. I have a, look at your life.
Wait.
I have a thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with court permission.
Does Mr. Lally know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
We can approach it, I can certainly bring it up.
We're trying to wrap up our morning.
If
It's marked for identification.
I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
We'll come to something.
No,
It's marked for
No.
identification, right, Mr.
I
Jackson?
hate when she does every time she
So
says
when we left off on
no to
Thursday, we
them.
were discussing the Sally
No,
Port
it's-
video that was introduced by
no.
the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, you did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognize any individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared. So yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay,
that?
yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that. No.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question. And I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay, Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay, and so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals. The person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat, and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area. It may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor, then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV is Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
Exactly.
During the frozen frame,
He had
I could tell there were two
no
individuals back there,
problem
and I was
knowing who
at
was
one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
Does that appear to be Trooper Proctor?
who.
Back of the
Pointing
car?
out this was inverted.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony. No.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video, it looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly, did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday. Then came back on Thursday, you continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video.
I'm crossing
And
my
at that time,
fingers
for
and
the first time, you
prayers
said it appears that it is a
No
mirror
power
image. It's an
images.
inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
This is amazing.
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left
It's
is right and what's
not
right is left. Right?
accurate.
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So,
But
in point
it's
of fact,
not.
everything in this video, every bit of
It
it,
gave the
It's
false
reversed.
sense that
Correct.
they were not near the
It's just a mirror image.
tail
so
light.
it's not accurate.
Oh
is
my
it?
God.
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I
No,
were to ask you,
not.
let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the
Perfect
tattoo appearing on his right
analogy,
arm.
AJ.
And those witnesses all say, no,
Woohoo!
that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Not what?
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
No, it's not. Oh my
You
freaking
reviewed this video
God.
in its entirety, justified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with court permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar. Jurors,
Oh,
sometimes lawyers have what we call
sidebar.
stipulations. Rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness, lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total runtime of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so
In real time, yes.
in real time? The actual time of this video, the runtime of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there. Correct?
It's not
It was never
there.
recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been, when happened, wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand.
Right.
So based on that
So it's
answer,
not
you
there.
acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded.
Why do
without
these
your knowledge.
people not realize that doing this
No.
back and
Right.
forth makes them look worse than just answering
Did you
the
notice that there were
fucking
obvious portions of the
question?
video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video.
Apparation.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video
So
system.
you don't know,
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system
or
is
you
originally
probably
installed
do
or how
know that it
operates,
was
correct?
deleted, but you're not going to admit it.
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings
Yeah.
of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
No.
you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
You
To,
don't know that. Oh
it's
my
5:37.
God.
A few seconds. Okay, with the
These
court permission, you can
lawyers
play it
have
out.
patience of
Listen
saints.
to that.
I'm
Yes.
telling you, just like TV has a patient of a saint with those hoodwinkers, I'm telling you, I could never take this shit for this long without bursting.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the tail light area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion,
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear as someone just appeared out
Yes
of nowhere?
or
Back
no?
that's what the footage represents. Yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe a quick briefing?
Sure. Thank you. All right, Mr.
Exactly,
Jackson.
Moni.
Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of
You're
day?
not an
at
IT
the point that
expert.
the video is
You
paused right
don't-
now?
No,
Yes, I did.
you don't have an IT.
5:38:07.
You don't know
5:38
what
and 7
happened to that
seconds,
footage.
correct?
That's correct.
Although I truly
And
think
remind me
he does,
about
but
how far the drive
give him the benefit
in
of the
time
doubt.
is this
He
location?
doesn't know that it
from
wasn't
34 Fairview?
recorded.
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions. Several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have,
Oh, he's getting nervous now. Do you
flash
hear
drive
that
that I might have
shaking in
marked.
his voice?
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes. Does counsel need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. So was it YY? Oh, that was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing.
All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video of yours.
Okay.
Basically, you can move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sallyport.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear to look at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
Yes. Just say yes.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest
Oh
to
my
the camera.
God,
Would you
these
go ahead and- thank you.
people.
Please, just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
That's on the plan. Pause. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had the that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the sound port. If you can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to that question on my part.
Oh my God.
with the court's
Bobby
permission,
was going to say
would it
they're
be
not
possible for this
inverted. I'm like,
sergeant, approach the screen to take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand drop. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that.
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning of the timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
If we could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video? That just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it just paused.
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I'm sorry to make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused.
This is the last time, Sergeant, would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the time? What is the timestamp when the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark, correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42.
And this reads a vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct, at 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sallyport? Or is this the only one?
From that location?
Correct.
That is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes, and when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there. Sir.
Oh
I'm
my
not splitting
God.
words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not. It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Camden Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't leave, Mr. Lally.
What if anything was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Oh my
Ask it
God,
differently.
Lally. You can't even ask proper questions.
As far as the condition when you received it, the
Jesus.
condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
As far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that I mean, was it only at the beginning, or only in the middle, or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
All right, Katie.
Now, from the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that
It
the
is
version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received
not
and which was
accurate.
produced.
Oh my
Your Honor, with the
God.
court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the saddle area, correct?
That's correct.
If you could pause there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. Someone, if you could. You pause just 1 moment. Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Mr. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What?
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
If you could.
Yeah, exactly. Motion censored cameras don't just start spontaneously, minutes or 10, 20, 50, whatever minutes after someone's already walking in front of it.
Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you
Oh,
can see
all
the
of a sudden you can see the timestamp?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th. Is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Right.
That is after.
Is that before or after you observed
It's
on the ring
so
video
ridiculous.
the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
And the fact that
Is it
they
before
thought
or after
anyone would
about,
believe that
say, 8:22 in
story
the morning
is
at
beyond
some point when a can
ridiculous.
cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos at One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle was being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
Withdrawn.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction, or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of
because
itself,
he
it
already
accurately
knows what
depicts
he's gonna
any
be
activity
asked. He's
or
practiced these
action
answers.
in
He
the
has practiced
Sally Port.
all the shit he got from
And at any
AJ.
point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side
Welcome
quarter
back,
panel of the
Jeannie.
defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
And even
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
for
In addition to that, did you
example,
or
let's say Karen Reed gave a freaking confession. You still have to prove it with the evidence. You can't. And she didn't say that.
Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamani, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what it transpired?
Right, Terry?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm
Gonna
going to
allow
allow
it.
it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Oh,
Thanks,
you knew that?
No,
'Cause
ma'am,
you're a medical professional?
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any requests?
God, he's an IT professional.
To
He's a cop. He's
OCME,
a medical
you said
professional. What
the
can't
blast to the face,
Bukake do?
off the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
Exactly.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that's a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to reveal it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You're aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that
So
that
why are
recusal
you
was because
reviewing evidence?
of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection. It's sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys. Let's see who's next. We're gonna get into this some more tomorrow. Let's see. Hold on. Sergeant Barros is tomorrow. So we will start off tomorrow with Sergeant Barros. Oh yeah, the steam was building. He was thankful as all hell that he was getting off that stand. I was asked to reveal it. Keyword reveal. Yep. There's several things in that testimony. I'm sorry. I mean, it's a bunch of shit. Right? Was it all I expected? Oh yeah. I mean, Alan Jackson, they're just a master. I'm telling you. This was a really, really good one. Oh my God. I mean, his face alone and then the fumbling over the words and the refusing to answer questions. I mean, he had it all. Oh boy. You're welcome, you guys. Thank you. It was fun. I'm glad you guys all could join me today. Yeah. Welcome to the state of Massachusetts. Yes. I'm so sorry for all you guys that live there and had to deal with this shit. Oh my God. I mean, I'm sorry, Michigan isn't the best, but I do have to be thankful that it is not this. All right. So it has been a wonderful Friday with my peeps. We are going to start tomorrow with Sergeant Barros. He's probably the only good person that testifies for the prosecution. And we'll appreciate that first thing tomorrow. Probably go same time. I'm going to try and make it regular 1:30 unless something happens. The rest of the trial, I'm going to try every day at 1:30. I will post in the morning as soon as possible. If I get the thumbnail and everything done tonight, I'll post it tonight, but most likely it will be the morning. And I hope you guys all have a great Friday night, the rest of your Friday night. Thank you guys. Thank you all for being here. Smash that like button and subscribe button if you haven't. Share to anyone you think might enjoy watching this with us. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. Bye.